Max. Hey everyone. I don't know what we're doing today yet. We'll figure it out.
Hey.
Hey Vanguard.
Pookie.
Hey Boots.
Hello, Dan.
Hey Antoine.
My sub is gone. Hey, Dan.
What happened to it?
You're early.
Hey Liam. Yeah, I am early,
Hi, Dan.
but it's a little complicated.
Sup, Dan.
Hi Ella.
Welcome back.
Hey Matt.
What's the plan for this live today?
I don't have a plan. I actually was hoping that you guys would give me a plan. I'm a
Nice.
little bit overstimulated
I
for.
can't afford it. I am getting my bread up right now, though.
Oh,
Hey,
I'll
Dan
give
in
you a
chat.
sub, Antoine. Don't even worry about that. I'll give you a sub. Hang on.
Bro,
1 second, y'all.
just finished arguing with my insurance company BC. They didn't want to cover my orthopedic clinic AP. You're
What?
such a goat.
Sucks. I really hate insurance companies so much. Hold on. First, I have to fix my camera. Too dark. And then, thank you for the heart means, everybody.
At Antoine, I got you next month. Just remind me when your sub ends.
Okay, first I'm gonna fix my camera. Then I'm gonna gift Antoine a sub.
I had a herniated disc and have a high risk of permanent nerve damage.
So sorry. Did they end up covering it?
Yes.
Oh, good.
At Ang, thank you so much, Ang.
Okay.
You guys are so goat.
Um.
Dan didn't see the big beautiful bill.
No, I did. We went over it yesterday. The VOD is on my
At
YouTube.
LTHR did why? At Antoine. MB autocorrect.
Where's the player?
Hey, Dan.
Hey, Sim. Sorry, that's loud. 1 second. That's the music volume. Too loud?
Good.
Good.
You know what helps me with overstimulation? Baby sensory videos.
Okay. I'm gifting Antoine a sub.
At asterisk noodle, yes, those fruits dancing.
I'm pretty sure I need to get on my backup to do that.
You're back. Heart hands.
Hey, Emmy.
At LTHR, they're so silly, I love them. Dan, I got it.
Don't boo.
And we're back.
Vote.
Oh. Okay, thank you, Ange. Okay. So I imagine
At asterisk noodle IKR. Thank you.
I imagine there are a lot of you here that weren't in the live earlier and don't know why I'm so overstimulated. I don't know that I'm going to be able to debate today. My brain is not... I've really only eaten some almonds, so I need to eat some food. But I'm definitely down. I'm definitely down to bring people up. I know...
Thanks, Obama.
Thank you so much, Ange. Oh, hold on. Wait, there's somebody on Twitch that doesn't know anything about anything. Okay. Hey, Dirty Dan, are you gonna talk about your friend Z? All right, you started off on the wrong foot. Z's not my friend. What's Soul Strategies, Dan? I think it's her company. I don't know. Does that have anything to do with me? Sorry. Anyway. What was I saying? Do you think Trump has been doing well? Hell no. I'm down to bring people that want to debate, like panelists, I guess, to debate MAGA, and I can make a caption. I just don't think I can do it today. We could also go over more news. We did that yesterday for the most part. We went over the tax bill. We could also go over more news. Hey, what's up, Prince? Okay, hold on. There's a Clutch, can you screenshot what this guy's saying? Because he's like you know that's actually libelous, right? What you're typing? You know, like you're literally just lying about me, Tyler. Anyone else notice the supermarket shelves are emptier? I actually have noticed that. I noticed it at Walgreens and I noticed it at Publix. That's not... Yeah, you're saying that I'm involved with Soul Strategies. I barely even know what Soul Strategies is. I'm in law school? Yeah, okay. Okay, hang on. You have to sue for damages? So, yeah, if you continue... So, I'm not going to sue, right? Because you're nobody and you're on Twitch where there's like 5 viewers. So, it doesn't matter. But if you... But what you're doing is you open yourself up to legal liability because you're lying. The damage would be damage to a person's reputation. Exactly, laugh my ass off, so it's not libel, you dumb fuck. Wait. Tyler, I don't... You know, if I lose one follower based off of what you're saying, it's still damages. Just because I don't sue doesn't mean that you're not liable. Tyler, I don't think you understand what I'm saying to you. I'm saying you're an idiot and you're lying. I'm not saying I'm going to sue you. I don't got time to sue you. You're a random person that is claiming they're in law school. You won't sue me. I don't care. It's not criminal, so cry about it. Okay, you're definitely not in law school. When did I say it was criminal? Do you know the difference between civil and criminal charges? Who the fuck is Tyler? He's on Twitch. There's sure are a lot of people in law school on the internet. Wait. Oh my god. Okay. All right, we're gonna ignore Tyler for now. Dan, no one watches you anymore. Start applying for a real job. You're right, Lucas. I will. Dan, ask him about his LSAT. Show me the Canadian criminal code. Bro. All right. Clutch. Do the thing. New partnership between U.S. steel and Japanese steelmaker will bring $14 billion to the U.S. Sounds like Mr. Jones and all his degrees. Yo, okay. Oh God. All right. Dan, have you been alive all day? Kind of. Hey, Neely. All right. Where were we? I'm sorry. I'm getting distracted by life. We got bonus content today. I think the problem is that some people don't realize that two things can be true at once. Like, only amount of time till they all hate Dean and Parker. Oh, the amount of hate Dean and Parker get, particularly Dean, is already insane. Oh my God. Of all times and all days, of all people to request at...
Well. It's the I told.
What a day. Is Santana okay? In what regard? Santana's main account was banned, if that's what you're referring to. That was healing. My main account got banned too. Oh no, CB. Bro, CB, it's been a while since you've come up and cooked MAGA. Were you here live this whole time? I'm so confused. No, Neely, I ended the live for a couple hours. I'm pretty casual. I'm a pretty casual viewer, so I have no idea what this alleged criminal drama is, to be fair. But yeah, there's a lot. Dan, how does it feel that this is the closest you'll ever get to debating Charlie Kirk? CB, if you want to come up and let loose on Liam, you're totally welcome to. Today's actually my chats today are super interesting. I am now being attacked by both MAGA and the far left. We made it. I think we made it, chat. I love that I live rent free. Liam, nobody has spoken about you, and you request up on like every live. Are you still on the Un-F America tour? No, I'm not. I left the tour weeks ago. You struck all nerves. We did it, Joe. Is this centrism? No. We are not centrist. We are still a Bernie Sanders liberal. Okay? Oh, he's back on TikTok. Tyler Barish. Okay. What fraud did I commit with your Canadian law degree? Are we socialist yet? Who's your favorite One Piece character? Luffy. You garnered funds from your audience. They were misappropriated. So I garnered funds from my audience and they were misappropriated, is your claim. Wouldn't the person who misappropriated the funds be the one at fault here? Why aren't you giving Z this energy? Or the people who are still on the tour? Dude, for all we know, you're a part of the whole scheme. That's why I'm asking for a statement. Here's my statement. I don't fuck with Z, and I don't fuck with you. How's that for a statement? There's money involved. It's not a joke. I don't know what more you want me to do about that. How did Peyton sneak a phone into prison? That's not a statement on where the money went. Tyler, did you watch? Here's the thing. Did you watch the Santana live where he talked about this? No, you didn't. Don't waste your time on damage control. There's no damage to control, Tyler. It's just you. Why did you leave the tour? I didn't leave the tour because I was not a fan of the way the situation with Z was handled at all, and what came after that. Okay, buddy, do the appeal to authority fallacy nonsense. What is it? It's not an appeal to authority. It's you're coming in here half cocked and possibly no cocked, because you're telling me that I need to release a statement when I have nothing to do with it. And Santana talked about the money on his live and how we were asking Z for her the financial records so that we can make sure that that money goes to the right place. It's on Z now. Talk to Z. You all tell on yourselves. Whitney, who are you talking about? You got money for this cause. Fraud was committed. So why are you doing damage control? Hold on. Wait, Tyler. You asking me a question and then me responding to it is not me doing damage control. Pickles Raid? Welcome in, Pickles Raiders. Uppies. Tyler lost? I think he is. I think Tyler might be Z on another account or something.
Yeah, so I was gonna come and address Tyler real quick. Tyler Z put out a whole video showing whatever her quote unquote receipts were from the tour where she spent, I believe it was $25,000 on food that was in the back of
The back of a van.
Sprinter.
Yep.
In the back of a Sprinter. Yeah. So go to her page if you would like to see that video. All we did was put a link in our bio. We did not see any of the money. You would have to take that up with the organization. And that's it. That's all I wanted to say. I appreciate you.
Thank you
Stop
so much.
letting this overstimulate you. And have a wonderful live. Can you kick some MAGA's butt? That's why I'm in here. I'm waiting to see MAGA get their butt kicked.
We'll start doing some debates shortly.
Okay.
All right. Thank you so much, Mermaid.
You're welcome.
Welcome in, Pickles Raiders. Yeah, so I don't get where this energy is for Z, for the people that are still on the tour. I just don't understand. I'm lost. I cannot imagine being this big of a political influencer. I mean, I'm small compared to a lot of the other people. Z didn't hack my kid's phone. Wait, Whitney, I don't know what Whitney's talking about. There's still a tour. The tour is still going with a bunch of creators that are still supporting Z and supporting the tour. How do you guys not lose your minds? Why don't you speak on that more? What, on the people that are still doing the tour, like Mercedes and CFH? What if I went after your kids? Wait, what are you talking about? Whose kids? Are you threatening my children? Who are these people? My children have been threatened? By who? Dan, you definitely should start blocking. You would be more at peace, honestly. Probably good advice. Sure, block me. Pickles and his minions, I already said. Pickles? What is Are you seeing my message? Oh shit, Santana messaged me. Hold on. What does Pickles got to do with this? Wait, where'd you message me, Santana? Oh, that's a secret. We've already lost our minds. True. Okay. Okay. Has Tyler been blocked, mods? After Tyler's blocked, can we block Whitney? Because Whitney, if you have any receipts for what you're talking about, I'd love to see them. But if not, I'm like good. I'm so good. You could just mods can block Tyler and block Whitney. I'm good on that. I'm good on all that. I got triggered because my name is Tyler. Free speech and free Palestine. I'm like 99% sure she's Pickles' crazy ex. I think something that I have a big problem with is I don't know if it's a fallacy. I have this belief that should have been debunked over the course of talking to MAGA for all these many months. But I have this belief that with enough logic and enough evidence, we can like debunk any false claim. And I keep falling into this trap. And at some point, we just got to protect our peace. You can try, but you won't always be successful. Listen to the women, Dan. Protect your peace. We care about you. Thank you. Okay. Okay, let's talk about some news. Wait, see if there's anyone to debate. Hold on. Let's get back to fighting MAGA. True. All right, Pickles Raiders, I am so sorry for two things. One, that you rated a very boring live that does not involve debates, but also two, that I guess Pickles is was being brought into this. I'd like to speak to the manager. Oh wait, Santana, you want to come up so people can follow your new account? Hold on. There he is. I don't think we heard that at all. Okay, well, if you're not following, I don't think he's in a position to. He's on a flight. He's always moving, always flying somewhere. If you're not already following Santana, his main account was banned. So make sure you're following. This is his new main account. Santana's always flying because he's flying above the drama. All right, let's bring up CB here. Hey, what's going on? CB? You there? Obama. Thank you, NORADs. CB, you there? Bueller? All right, well, we're going to give him some time. In the meantime, let's see who else is in the box. Hi, welcome up. Hello? Ms. Edding? Hello? Hey, Arflo. Okay, I don't know what's going on here. Hello?
Okay, that was. Hey, what's up?
I can hear you
now. TikTok just kicked me.
Okay.
Like, when as soon as I got on, it was like, get your ass out of here. How you doing today, brother?
I'm doing all right. How you doing?
Hey, man. Oh, man. I ain't doing too well because of the tariffs that Trump put on. I lost some work, you know what I'm saying? So my money kind of funny right now due to tariffs. So I'm not in the best of moods right now, but it's all good.
Yeah,
You know I understand. At this point, you just can't say I told you so no more. You know what I'm saying? And then I got a brother that's a Trump supporter, so me and him beefing. So yeah, you know what I'm saying? EBT isn't work. You can't even spell.
Wait, what did they say about EBT?
Somebody erased it. The tariffs that aren't in effect. Do you MFers read anything? Do you know the tariffs came into effect already? There was already a hike on most products because of everything he did with the trade deal, stopping the trade. You know you haven't seen the worst of it yet, right? You
No,
know
the
it's
worst
just
is
getting
coming.
started, right? These people are stupid. You know what? I said I was gonna stop ratting on MAGA, but I feel one coming on.
Let loose.
The reason that most of us is in this predicament right now is because of you dumb MFs. You know what I'm saying? Everything that y'all do in y'all life is just stupid. Y'all vote stupid. Y'all breathe stupid. Y'all eat stupid. Y'all read stupid. Y'all look at stupid. Everything is stupid. Your family stupid. Your mama stupid. You come from a stupid lineage. Your daddy was stupid. The children you had was stupid. Everybody that you know is stupid. I'm talking to you, MAGA. And especially Black MAGA. Everybody you know is stupid. And I hate that my brother is a MAGA supporter because that's me and men that we got some stupid folks in my family. Y'all destroy everything. Y'all even destroy yourselves, and for what? What is all this for? Then y'all talk about something he's doing great as we getting alienated from the world, and the worst hasn't even kicked in. Has Trump said anything about those storms that hit in Missouri yet?
No. Hasn't said anything about the storms. Hasn't said anything. Also, hold on. I'm going to pull this up for everybody. He just denied a request. Thanks for bringing that up. So he hasn't said anything about the storms, despite the fact that MAGA was shitting their pants about Kamala and the situation in North Carolina, which didn't really have anything to do with Kamala. But then we have this right here.
Oh my God.
Trump denied. Oh shit! Why is that so large? Sorry. 1 second. I'm trying. I swear. Okay. Trump denied North Carolina's request for FEMA relief from Hurricane Helene, calling it not warranted. So when the election was happening, as a reminder, election was happening, Kamala should have given more than $750, even though it had nothing to do with Kamala, and the $750 was the max allotted for immediate aid. Right now that he won the election, y'all can kick rocks.
It's not wanted. Like, my thing is that these people was getting on this here tickety talk and making videos misconstruing the $750, saying that's what people only got. And let's just take their premise. That's not what they only got. That was only sent for immediate care. But let's just say that is all they got was $750. Trump is sending nothing. Trump is sending nothing. Nothing.
Still hasn't spoken about Missouri, Kentucky, none of that.
Illinois, parts of Illinois is destroyed. I live in Chicago. I know. People been telling me parts of Illinois, Chris, is destroyed. Nothing. Then he's going to also cut stuff that, hey, I know y'all think that black people take up most of these aid programs. You know that's a lie that the right wing been feeding y'all so y'all can hate the programs, right? Listen, they knew y'all was so racist and so stupid that y'all would vote against yourselves if you thought black people was getting something. It was all just a money grab. The Republicans have been doing this scheme and scam for over 60 years. It's well documented. This is nothing I'm making up. I don't got to go like conspiracy theories like y'all. It's not like y'all haven't been getting played. Your grandfather been getting played. Your father got played. And now you got played. Matter of fact, your great-great-great-grandfather got played. Cause he fought on the side of the Confederates in the Civil War. Fighting for white men, for rich white men, so they can enslave black souls. For rich white men's profit. They played you with that. They constantly play you over the years, making you think just because you white, you better.
I'm gonna bring up a quote from Lyndon B. Johnson here.
Yes, please read that, sir.
If you can convince the lowest white man he's better than the best colored man, he won't notice you're picking his pocket. Hell, give him somebody to look down on, and he'll empty his pockets for you.
Whew. Man, Lyndon Baines Johnson, man. He told y'all what y'all were. He told America what it was. And y'all showed it. Trump is taking y'all farms right now. Matter of fact, J.D. Vance is taking y'all farms. And they gave it to white Afrikaners. White Afrikaners, whatever they call themselves.
Oh yeah, we didn't even talk about this. The his meeting with the
South
leader of South
African
Africa.
president.
Yeah. Where he basically denies the evidence provided that there was no that there's not a genocide
White
being committed
genocide.
against white genocide. Yeah, we didn't even
It
talk
was a
about that.
white-
Thank you for bringing that up.
It was a right-wing talking point lie that, of course, that Fox News played. People like Tucker Carlson with their white replacement theory. Like white people are being eliminated or something.
Let's talk about
Get
this
the
real
hell
quick.
out of here.
How Trump misrepresented images to support claims of white genocide in South Africa, including Congo video. In his Oval Office meeting Wednesday with South African President, I'm not going to pronounce that. President Trump made allegations of persecution of white farmers in South Africa, which he used to justify granting refugee status to a group of Afrikaners earlier this month. Ramaphosa, I want to say that's how it's pronounced, has denied there's a genocide, and some Afrikaners say Mr. Trump is being lied to about a white genocide in the country. In the last 3 months of 2024, 12 people were murdered on farms in South Africa, according to South African police. One was a white farmer, while the others were black laborers or security workers, police said. Some estimates say in recent years there have been about 50 farm murders a year, but those do not specify race. The country had nearly 27,000 total murders last year. Mr. Trump played videos and held up articles during the White House meeting this week to support his unsubstantiated claims, but much of what he showed is being misrepresented. Here are 3 examples. Reuters footage of bodies in the Democratic Republic of Congo. Mr. Trump held up a printed article from American Thinker, a conservative online magazine, that included a screenshot credited to Reuters that the president said showed all white farmers that are being buried. But the video the screenshot was taken from was humanitarian workers lifting body bags in the Democratic Republic of Congo. The footage was taken in February after deadly battles with a Rwanda-backed Congolese rebel group in the city of Goma.
Oh my God.
The American Thinker article was about both Congo and South Africa, but the image does not show South Africa at all. Managing editor of American Thinker and the author of the post told Reuters that Mr. Trump had misidentified the image. Lines of white crosses. Mr. Trump claimed images of white crosses seen in the video played during his meeting with Ramaphosa showed burial sites of white farmers. However, the crosses were symbolic, part of a protest in 2020 after the killing of a white farming couple, according to a local media coverage. A participant said they represented all farm murders, not solely white farmers, over the years. Rally footage of fringe politician. The video Mr. Trump presented included clips of Julius Malema, the leader of a far-left South African political party, the Economic Freedom Fighters. He is heard singing an anti-apartheid song that includes the lyrics, "Kill the Boer," referring to white farmers in multiple clips from recent years. Malema was kicked out of Ramaphosa's governing party, African National Congress, 13 years ago. And Ramaphosa said the EFF is a small minority party that does not represent the government. So three times in this meeting that Trump played information that was misrepresented.
I mean, what do you expect from the person who was fed? They're eating the cats. They're eating the dogs. They're eating. That's what the news said. Of course it's true. Did you see MS-13 as clears down his fingers? Come on, man.
Yeah. And when the reporter pushed back and said, "You know, the MS-13 was photoshopped on, right?" He said, "Don't do that. Don't push back against the blatant lie." Like,
right? Don't push back against the blatant lie. Look, you're nice. You didn't. Nobody knew you before I actually called for you. You know. That's how you play. That's how Trump played it. Nobody knew you before I gave you the interview. You're being real nasty. Like, come on, man. Dude wouldn't know what to do with me. If I sat in front of Trump, I think I'll make him shit. I think I'll make him shit himself. Yeah. If he thinks that's nasty, I would be absolutely disgusting.
All right. I appreciate you coming up. Did you have any final things you want to talk about?
No, man, I ain't got nothing to say, man. I'm still a little disappointed about my money. You know what I'm saying? And these damn Trump supporters, man, just y'all ruin everything. Y'all literally ruin everything. You know what I'm saying? Just thanks a lot. You know what I'm saying? But I mean, what can we do about it, man? Y'all have a good day, man. Thanks, Dan, for letting me up.
Of course, anytime. Thank you so much. All right. Pull this up again for MAGA. Thank you, Roberto. I appreciate that. Thank you for the heart maze. For those of you that have sent gifts or subs so far, thank you so much. The only thing is you don't have to gift, you don't have to sub. The only thing I ask for is a follow. Thank you, thank you. All right, let's go over some news. And how's our girlfriend doing? She's doing well. My sister literally in my face said, "Who told you he doesn't believe in climate change?" Him. Oh my God. You know what's so frustrating? Is the amount of people that voted for Trump and just weren't even around for like his first 4 years of lies. Like the
Our country is being destroyed by stupid people.
Thank you, Alexandra. Like the young white male voter, 18 to 29, that literally were children during his first term and don't even know about what he says about climate change, what he said. There was, oh my God, there were people that came up that didn't even know about the grab him by the pussy clip, which to me, as a 34-year-old geriatric man, sounds crazy. But like think about it. 18-year-olds voted, and they were 14 when he tried to overthrow the government, right? They were 10 when he said that he wanted a ban on all Muslims coming into the country. It's just it's so difficult to like process, to wrap our head around, because I genuinely after January 6th, I really could not have predicted him winning another election. Like it was the most bipartisan impeachment vote of all time. We had 7 Republican senators vote for his removal. We had people like Ben Shapiro turning on him. But then over the 4 years after, like the little grifters that they are with no backbone, they turned around and continued to support him.
Oh, hello. Sorry.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm doing all right. How are you?
I'm good. I was just gonna say I was in school when the insurrection happened, and literally the next day, my youth issues teacher had a presentation ready to go about what happened and how it went against the Constitution.
Well, that's awesome by your teacher. But I'm sorry, I was just I just had the air knocked out of me by a comment I just read. Tic Tac said Z donated to the Peyton's GoFundMe.
That's diabolical. Okay,
Oh
I
my
will hop
God.
down. Sorry.
No, you're fine. You're fine. Yeah, I mean, like, every teacher should have done that, frankly. But you know, it is what it is.
Right. It
All right.
sucks, but W my school, anyways.
All right. Thank you so much, Abby, for coming up.
Bye bye.
Bye. Okay, now we got to go look at the GoFundMe. Hang on. Hang on. I don't see it. Don't donate, Dan. It's a trick. Oh, I'm not. I was never donating to this. She wants him to clear her name. Do you think that's what it is? Peyton bought off for $60. Totally tracks. Fist fight debates. Were grifters going to be supportive of other grifters? Oh my God, yeah. I have to believe that it's out of pettiness. I could definitely see it being out of. Oh, she did. She donated $60. Hold on. Wait, chat. Hold on. Uh, 1 second, y'all. 1 second. I don't wanna like post anyone else's name. Because frankly, I think people donating to this are kind of getting scammed. Probably, allegedly. That's fucking wild. Can you report the GoFundMe since he lied for the reason for having it? So, okay, we don't know that he lied for the reason necessarily, but here's what we do know. Hang on.
I don't like asking people for money, but if you could help us reach our goal, that would be incredibly appreciated.
Yeah, so I highly recommend not donating any money to Peyton right now. So Peyton was arrested early this morning at a comedy club, which is kind of ironic. It's like arresting tomfoolery at a barbershop. In his most recent video, he's asking for $10,000 for a few reasons. One, because he claims that the Affordable Housing Initiative left him stranded and he needs a way home. Two, for rent. And then three, for like funding a new studio so he can make content full time or something like that.
Are what they are, and currently I'm stranded in Georgia with my best friend, my editor Jet, and we have no way and no money to get home. For reasons outside of my control, I am no longer a part of the AHP initiative, and with that came us being stranded here by the organizer of the AHP initiative.
But the Affordable Housing Initiative put out a statement today saying that they never left him stranded. Prior to any conflict, a flight was already booked for him to return to Pittsburgh on Friday, May 23rd at 9:45 p.m. In addition, Peyton and Jet were left in a fully paid Airbnb with a checkout date of Saturday. This ensured they had a safe and secure place to stay without needing to find a hotel or cover additional costs. Feel free to do your own research. A lot of this information is available on the Fulton County website. I just want to make sure nobody is donating under what seems to be false pretenses.
I don't like asking people for money, but if you...
Okay, so that's what we know right now. We'll wait and see what happens, I guess. He couldn't get a 2-week car rental. Yeah, I mean, so even before the thing with the arrest, I think it was weird that he was asking his audience for $10,000, and one of the reasons was like for a studio to do content creation full time. Like, don't get me wrong, I don't have a problem with people that make money off of this app, or even people that have this be their full-time profession. It's just a weird way to go about it, saying like, "Oh, we're stranded, but also while you're donating, can you guys donate for my studio?" I don't know, man. That was already really weird to me. $10K is crazy. Yeah, like what are we doing here? Okay, back to business. Oh,
Our country is being destroyed by stupid people. Our country is being
Thank you, Vicky.
destroyed by stupid people.
Thank you so much. Um. Then I also need financial help. Can you donate 10K to my Pokemon fund? I need a new wig and some new shoes. Can anyone donate 10K to link in my bio? Y'all. And I know I gotta say it because people don't. People will always forget that two things can be true at once. This is not a defense of Z. Z was still in the wrong. Peyton just also happens to suck. Why are so many people saying he didn't get arrested? It's legit public record. Because if you, once you bury your feet so much defending someone, like you kind of have to. Why does Z say that you say was a? What did Z say that you say was a microaggression? So the fact that we have to go over this and it's been like a month is crazy. But when she said that, can we bash Tom? Yeah, L Tom. So Geek has a really good video about this, and you can go watch Geek's video about it. I feel like if you don't know at this point, you're being obtuse. But you don't have to go over it. Just ignore that comment. I'll go over one. Okay. But if you want the rest of it, this is actually, you know what? Wait, don't listen to me. Go listen to Black women. Black women have posted videos about why what she did was microaggressive. If you didn't care to watch it coming from a Black woman's mouth, you're not going to care it coming from my mouth. So yeah. Is there still debates going? If someone comes up, I'll debate them. But yeah. Long story short, I just Z was in the wrong. Peyton was also in the wrong. Did you hear Alina's okay with robbery? I don't even want to get into the Alina situation. Okay. All right. I should have been watching the live while I was commenting on his video about Peyton. Hi, welcome up.
So you're talking about the over stimulus ATM?
Yeah.
I have no idea what that is.
So when Joe Biden was in office, he stimulated our ATMs too much, and we had too much money.
Yes.
And now Donald Trump is cutting Medicaid and Medicare with his new tax bill.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Which is stupid.
Yeah.
Which I agree with you 100%. Everything and anything he's doing is stupid.
Well, I appreciate you coming up.
No problem.
Okay, I am gonna the guest who's currently waiting. Okay, it's a surprise. I am gonna bring them up. Do not leave the box, but I do want to talk about something real quick. For the we went over the tax bill yesterday on my live. It was about an hour and a half, and if you haven't seen it, the VOD is on my YouTube. I encourage you to watch it. It is much more productive than what this live has been. But something really important to note is that aside from the cuts to Medicaid, there are actually indirect cuts to Medicare because the amount of deficit that would be added because of this bill would trigger the PAYGO Act. And the PAYGO Act makes it so that we have to cut necessary spending, which includes Medicare. So I encourage y'all to watch that live if you haven't already, and also to just look up Medicare PAYGO to see why this bill, even though it doesn't say the words Medicare in it, it would trigger cuts to Medicare. Okay.
We can agree on this. If the Democrats were to work together, if you guys were to work together, you could actually get some shit done. You guys might actually be able to win or stand a good chance. But there's too much infighting, and maybe it is justified. I do think that the criticisms you guys have of each other could be justified. That's not my place to say. But just from the outside looking in, there's just too much infighting. I think that the Democratic Party should be more in sync and more on the same page. There's good people on your side, whether I agree politically or not. Still good people, and it would just be more productive. I just think that I'm not going to speak on the drama. I just think there's too much infighting. You guys need to stick together. Like people, you guys, we get shit done. We stick together. You need more teamwork. Just plain and simple. You got to stay together. Stay together. Are you ready? The PhD.
Dan, I'm never speaking to you again. Okay? Every time, Dan, lol. Oh, by the way, I don't know if the person here earlier that was asking about Z's microaggressions is still here, but that's the geek I was referring to. Geek has a very comprehensive video that goes over it. So if you're still interested, you can watch it on her channel. Maga has one emotion. Yeah, thank you. Okay, perfect. They are still here. All right, cool. Cool. Why can't I pin messages? I don't know. Can we take bets next time on how long it takes Rich 4 to crash out? They have no patience meter tonight. I wasn't sure if I was going to debate it all tonight. I don't know. The live earlier was a lot. Here, let me have chat. Talk amongst yourselves. Take a co-host. I'm open to all co-hosts. Any and all co-hosts that wants to come up, you're welcome.
At Neely Light Blue Heart him I can still. Wait, live earlier? WTF. At Nietzsche Piece 8_2, oh smart. Is the earlier live a VOD on YT? Overstimulated? Hi chat. At Abby no clue, lol. What did I miss? Angela. This seems like a good night for a relaxation and mock.
Unfortunately, I don't get to see Mac until
At Jamesh
tomorrow
TP,
night.
You stole my pinning privileges. Admit it. At Lags, Livia great story, OOKLMAO.
I am going to order food though.
Hey, let me debate Magadan.
I have only had a few almonds today to eat. I'm going to order some food. I should have done this before. Where can I watch all the Polititalk drama? Oh my god. Can I come up and Dark Lord has to reveal himself? Is there a channel that's doing videos or something? It's split up amongst a lot of channels is the thing. Hey Dustin. I feel this overstimulation. What's wild is like the drama, it had branches that branched out to like other creators that were tangentially related. Like it actually is wild how it all stemmed from the original sin of the Unfuck America tour. I figured I was hoping one guy made a 4-hour video, LOL. Dan pretending like it wasn't Ground Zero. To be honest, I still don't know how you got dragged into it. You addressed it fast, in my opinion. So there were a couple things. I wanted to understand the pickles thing. Oh, so the pickles thing is on my YouTube channel. The pickles thing is on my YouTube channel. Jones X did more damage than Z. If everything that's come out about Jones is true, and right now I have no reason to believe that it's not true, then you're not wrong about that. Order food. Yes. Okay. Order food. All right. Chat. Talk amongst yourselves.
At Neely Light Blue Heart Huzzah. Dan food. I am too scared to go up, guys. Someone should go up and like rave. Someone tell me what the pickles thing is. Drink water. Diane, getting sushi tonight. What are you getting? At
I have
Banter,
no
I think
idea.
I needed a W. At Neely Light Blue Heart WWW. My boyfriend is bringing me home crispy calamari.
Ooh.
Dark Lord, reveal yourself. Got locked up, they won't let me out. What is he ordering? At C.B, real 2 yes. His ex was lying on his name. At Neely Light Blue Heart. Travel safe Santana. Yum calamari. At Jenna, maybe.
CB, I'll bring you up if we get a MAGA guest. I'll bring you up.
Real 2 always.
I'll bring you up to debate him.
Mock says order her ice cream. Looped up. I got a tiger's blood snow cone.
Okay, wait. I got to talk about the Mac and ice cream thing for a second. So prior to me dating Mac, okay, I was having maybe 1/10 the amount of ice cream. 1/10. My ice cream consumption has 10x'd because of this woman. Don't get me wrong. I love her so much. But I don't have whatever genes that allow her to just eat ice cream for 3 meals a day. I can't. Are you blaming Mac for that extra 2 pounds? 2? I think it's like 10 extra pounds. Excuse me? Who bat signaled Mac?
Workout streams next.
Yeah. Dan, can you... Oh, wait. Yes, this I can do. This is about stuff that affects us. You're lactose intolerant? No, but I am excessive calorie intolerant in that when I like eat a lot of food, I get like real fat. Dan, can you explain in detail the no tax on tips portion of the new big beautiful bill? Yes. Okay. So, for certain industries like the food service industry, they're going to have the ability to itemize their deductions for a maximum deduction of $25K on any taxes on any tips they receive. Now, there are a couple issues with this. Number one, it expires in 2028, which is weird because that also happens to be when Trump's last year in office is. And the tax cuts for rich people are made permanent, so I thought that was interesting. That's number one. It expires in 2028. Number two, you are forced to itemize your deductions in order to get this tax deduction, which means that you're foregoing the standard deduction. And another thing that's happening over the next 3 years is that the standard deduction is going up to $16K for single people, and I think it's over $25K for married. So if you're married and get tips, it's a wash. You will not be able to claim that deduction. If you're single, then at most you'll be able to claim $9,000 of a deduction, but it also forces you to itemize. So it went from no tax on tips to maybe you'll get $9,000 of deductions at most. So that's where we are with that. Okay, ordering food.
At LRDC02 wait, did he order? Step away and order food. At Kelly G, that's not correct, I think. Dan, your food is gonna be tariffed if you don't order soon. Walk away. Order food and make sure you give your driver a tax fee tip. Uber drivers not getting no tax on tips.
Dan, can you post and pin the clip of TD being racist towards you?
But how much is the tax on my Maha tanning bed? Did you see ICE set up in front of immigration courthouse? Don't tariff the tip. I don't see the Senate passing this bill without revisions.
Oh, the Senate's of course going to revise it, for sure. Food.
I just ordered a lamb gyro from the food cart near me.
Okay, what do we order, chat? Order. That's
Food.
the question.
How much do you tip our Uber drivers? I need to tan my taint. Indian. Barbecue. Ice cream. That sounds so fire RN. Ice cream. What?
Y'all heard that too, right?
What? Jimmy John's. Shawarma. Put up a vote for your order. Order some chicken wings. Huh. I am making beef stew. Sushi. Yes. Now that silencers are tax-free, how many are you ordering? Yep. I want ice cream now.
I do want to clear up. Wait, I do want to clear up a couple misconceptions that I was spreading before, and now I have to clear them up. Misconception number one: the no tax on tips thing is only for cash tips. The IRS defines cash tips to include tips on a credit card. So I do want to clarify that. While that was a fun argument at the time, it's not true. And y'all know, even if the lie fits the narrative, it is not worth it to lie. Even if your lie fits the narrative, you shouldn't lie. I hope that is clear to everybody. No problem, Kelly. And I wasn't claiming that you were lying at all. I'm actually throwing shade at something else. But okay.
Food. W. Kelly. At this point, get a PB&J. At asterisk noodle, right? And why does the IRS do that? Chat, let him order food. I believe Venmo also counts as a cash tip. At Julio, yep, IRS red flags your return if your hours work to tips ratio is off. Food. At Caillou from San Diego, lol. FDT. Focus Dan. Food. Tacos. At Neely Light Blue.
Okay, we're gonna be ordering from Firehouse Subs because Firehouse Subs has buy one get one free on 4 of their sandwiches right now. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna order. Santana just texted me telling me to order my food. Thank you, Santana. I love you. So I'm gonna order because I don't know about you guys. I can't afford Uber Eats unless there's a buy one get one free deal. Like, who's ordering Uber Eats raw? Get a side of Datil pepper sauce. They have Datil at I love Datil sauce, but I didn't know they had it at Firehouse. But yeah, who's ordering Uber Eats with no deals? Absolutely wild to me. It's their signature sauce? Damn, I didn't even know that. This is what they show. They show balsamic dressing, honey mustard dressing, Italian dressing, oil and vinegar, and then peppercorn ranch dressing. I don't see any Datil. I own a restaurant, and Uber delivery services are not good for restaurants. I order without deals. Well, Shauna, I don't want to assume your tax bracket, but it's so expensive. It's so expensive. Oh, I'm ordering food. I'm ordering food. Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna get 2. I'm gonna get 2 of the Firehouse meatball subs, and then I'm gonna get 2 of the hook and ladder.
The hook and ladders are so good. You're ordering 4 sandwiches? I'll take 1 as well.
Well, okay, so these are mediums, which means they're like that, and each one. Okay, it's 4 subs, but I'm only buying 2. The other 2 are free, and the hook and ladders can go in the fridge. How am I getting bullied for? I'm getting bullied for not ordering food, and I'm getting bullied for ordering too much food. Okay, all right, you guys are.
What are hook and ladders? At Miss_Casey
Turkey breast, honey ham, and Monterey Jack cheese.
My bank account. I order Uber Eats in summer lot BC. It gets to 115 degrees here and I am not doing that heat. I like the hook and ladder. It was bad for restaurants during the early vid. It's kind of a fact of life ATP. Just get food, Dan. You need to eat. Order them. Toxic AF. Dan, you get whatever you want, no judgment. At Lynn_Manuel_Mariah. I will debate you on anything. At Lynn_Manuel_Mariah totally. Sometimes you just gotta stay home. At Sim Whiteheart, yeah, during COVID it was worth it. We been new chat was toxic. Smart move TBH. Ignore the haters.
Wait, you can
It's
get
so expensive you have to order things to eat for days for it to be worth it.
Thank you. Yes. You can order sauteed onions and caramelized peppers on your sandwich. Wait, can I get that on the meatball sub? Hold up. Hold up. Dan debates chat about Dan's dinner. Damn, so they don't have that option for the meatball sub, but they have that option for the turkey sub. Why? Why are they like this?
Dinner debate. What? L Firehouse subs. Because that would be a weird option. Bruh. Dino vote to decide what Dan gets to eat. Because it's a disgusting combo. Hey Jillian Bean. Can you get it on the side to add at home? At M's Waif DoorDash dinner debate. Onions are the devil's work anyway. It's not Burger King, you can't have it your way. At Sim Whiteheart you can order much better food from a nicer restaurant for the same price if you pick it up. Pub subs are the best. I used to have a Firehouse Subs near me sad. Dan, I haven't had food all day, just a Red Bull and iced coffee. Am I going to unalive? Lol, she was
I'm not a
listening, thanks
doctor.
Dan. Order chicken fillet. A shout by my old job would add it. Do you have an onion at home?
No.
At Chris, nah, you're gonna send. Firehouse Subs is so tough.
Okay.
At Elena 504,
The
not
Datil
Lord's
sauce is available for $7.80.
Chicken. At Tic Tac, that is a crazy question. We boycott Chic Phil S. At Woman of the Millennium. Goddamn. Damn.
Yeah, it's gonna be a pass.
WTAF. At Taylor ordering onions. W Tic Tac for logic. Who doesn't have an onion? Jesus, that's nuts. Is the sauce made of gold? Put a note on the order that says I am a TikTok creator, please add caramelized onions. Try to order it as a side? Yeah, they sell bottles of sauce now.
I tried.
At Dirty Bad Bloggers, true. $8 for some sauce? Better oil
Yo,
after.
wait!
What's the drink?
Santana, thank you for the $8. Santana said, get the sauce. All right, say less. Can we get some W Santanas in the chat? We get to try the sauce with live. Okay. I do really like Datil sauce. Okay.
At the Dark Lord, get in the box and let's chat.
Bless you from the skies.
Santana is always taking care of everyone. That's
Yeah.
so nice.
Bro, everyone follows
Santana is
Santana's
the
new
man
main,
dog.
by the way.
Where is he ordering from again? Common Santana W. W Santana. At Marnium99,
Extremely
love that.
common.
What's Santana's new main? Firehouse Subs. Firehouse. Firehouse Subs. I am sad it's not reading the comment I wanted to read.
What's
Get
his
a
new
Dr.
main?
Pepper.
Santana, can you comment so we can pin your account?
I need to clear my name. Why is Angela not reading my comment? At Adriana Parker, Angela hates me too. At Adriana Parker, Angela gets picky sometimes. At Marnium99 LMAO. At end, this is the main.
Epic Tickle, thank you so much for the $40. Meal on me. Thank you so much, Epic. Does Angela only read sub comments? So Angela reads sub comments, but also team members that are level 3 or higher.
At the Dark Lord W Dark Lord.
I appreciate
Now
it.
you just need ice cream. Mega sent $1,000 to Dan to get a pre-release IPO drop of Dan coin. Trust me bro, it's coming. Santana 24 speaks is the main for now. In the arms of an angel you can feed Dan. Ice cream.
Wait, someone said they don't know how to raise their chat power level.
I'm both and Angela has read 2 of my comments.
Okay, so to become a team member and raise the level, It's 1 penny to become a team member with the heart me that people are sending it right now. It's 1 penny to become a team member. Then once you become a team member, TikTok gives you like side missions. So it's like comment once a day, and like send other gifts or whatever if you want to like expedite it. But you genuinely only have to send to continue to be a team member. I think you have to send 1 penny every 5 lives. Now, if you want to send 1 penny every live, obviously I'd super appreciate that. But and then you have to claim your points. Don't forget to claim your points in the little thing above there. You have to go in and claim your points, and then that's how you up your level. They gamified it. I'm a maniac about it now. Did you finish your order? Yes, I finished placing the order. Thank you all. I think I did it. Okay, yeah. Yeah, you did. You're a team member. You're team member level 1. And then so all you have to do to like keep upgrading is Dan, can you post
25 minutes later.
post and pin the clip of TD being
LFG.
racist towards you?
I was doing good until my first.
You can also gift for points. Yeah, but I don't like that's if you really want to speed run it, but y'all know I don't really like asking for gifts. Okay, so the person that asked me, Dan, can you post and pin the clip? The problem with posting and pinning the clip, Emmy, thank you so much for the flamingo group. The problem with the problem with posting and pinning the clip is that it continues the situation, right? It continues the drama. So like it is technically posted. It's on my YouTube in Alive, like it's publicly available. It's also can you film yourself searching and failing to find the clip on your own? It's also in the Dropbox in the Discord. But like I want to move on. Like if they keep coming for me, then I'll keep talking about it. But I'm not gonna. I hear you. I only ask because Lenas don't believe me when I tell them she excuses racism. Okay, so if that's the case, user, and you're just like of your own accord trying to defend against that, then what I would say is either join the Discord so that you can see the clip in the Dropbox, or you're gonna have to take a little bit of time and go through the video where it's posted is the video on my YouTube about Pickles' ex. You're gonna have to skim because I have ADHD in that video, hardcore. But it's there. But yeah, I'm done. I'm done talking about it unless they keep talking about it. If they keep talking about it, I'm gonna keep defending myself. Even if they do come for you, ignore them. That's what they want.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Emmy, thank you so much for the fireworks. So Shauna, the problem with that is it's really difficult when someone makes a big claim, right? That and the claim that was being made by them is that Dan is misogynist, Dan is unsafe, etc., etc. If someone makes a big claim and I say nothing about it, people assume that me saying nothing is like an admission of guilt. And as time goes on, new people start following me and don't know all of the lore. So because it's super frustrating. So for example, the Peyton situation, right? Peyton putting me on that list in his video, we lost like 1,500 to 2,000 followers, and he provided no receipts, no explanation. So like there were people earlier today that watched the live of me explaining why why I was on that list in the first place, or why we think I was on that list, and why Peyton was in the wrong for a lot of the stuff he talked about. And there was people that generally like, wow, I unfollowed you over this, and then refollowed. And like, props to those people, but it's gonna keep it just keeps happening because like as people start to forget or just weren't around for the debunk. Hold on, it's Brandolini's law. One second. So the amount of time and energy needed to produce bullshit versus the amount of time and energy needed to refute bullshit. Like, it's super frustrating that it goes this way, because you're right, Shauna, you're right. The more I talk about it, the more energy I'm expending, and it's so much easier for them to talk about it because they just lie, right? A lie takes a second, and it takes hours to debunk. And that's actually part of the reason that this whole thing blew up is they were like, Dan held a 7-hour live. Well, yeah, I mean, when you tell 1 hour of lies, it takes 7 hours to debunk. Like, and I'm sorry, maybe get mad at the people that are lying rather than get mad at the person that's trying to debunk the lies. So it's a very difficult balance because I really, 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 really don't want to fucking talk about this anymore. But if they continue to make accusations based on lies, it's so hard not to defend myself in some respect. You got to be there when it happens, or they will bury you. Yeah. This is legit us debating Trumpers. Yeah, no, it really is. It really is. They still bury, they don't give a fuck. Dan, what ice cream are you gonna eat? I am not eating any ice cream. I am done eating ice cream without Mac, because the amount of ice cream I eat with Mac compensates plenty for non-Mac times. Wait, what was that? Oh, Epic, thank you for the $10 for Mac ice cream money. I will get her ice cream tomorrow. I'll see her tomorrow. But thank you. I really appreciate that. Especially when you see almost everyone canceling Dean are doing so because he didn't refute misinfo. Yeah. What's Mac's favorite flavor of ice cream? I don't know how Mercedes will join the tour. Is she going to squat over people when she debates them? I don't get what that joke is. I might have missed something. Hey, Tic Tac.
Hey, man, I just came in to say, put all the money in the bag.
Bro.
I want to make you laugh, man. Help you out with your stress a little bit.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
No worries. Do you want to do some news or something, or you want to stay on this?
Oh, no, we could definitely do news. 1 second.
All right.
We covered a couple things. We covered a little bit of the FEMA. I don't know if you have more on FEMA. We covered a little bit of the FEMA news. But yeah, I am totally down. Hold on. Let me change the caption. Let me change the caption here. Also, wait, chat. Real quick. So, I always talk about doing, sorry, what does ATM stand for? At the moment. I always talk about doing a weekly segment called News with Tic Tac, right? And we've, for the most part, been able to pull it off weekly. Now that I have I paid for the yearly subscription to Monster Cat, which is the music company for the Crab Raves. They have a whole catalog of music, and I want to have like a theme song for News with Tic Tac. So I don't know if anyone wants to recommend anything on for that.
That would be awesome.
Yeah. But anyway, in the meantime, I like News with Tic Tac. Yeah, I do too.
I wasn't totally prepared for this. I am going to send you a video of a story I want to talk about right now, though.
Where are you sending it?
So you can put it up. I'm sending it on TikTok.
Okay.
I can send it on Discord if you need.
Discord would be great because I'm not logged in on TikTok on my desktop.
Okay.
Speaking of Discord, I feel like I haven't checked my messages in so long. I feel so bad.
Oh, I messaged you on Discord today too. I just sent you the
oh yeah, I see that.
So this is a video of ICE arresting American citizens at work.
He's not even doing nothing wrong. He takes, what the fuck? He's a citizen, bro. Oh, if you're a citizen,
He's
they're
a
supposed
fucking
to be doing that.
citizen.
If you're a citizen, they can't
Yeah,
get
he's
through.
saying I'm a citizen. What the fuck?
I hope he got his shit on him.
This is happening, man. Now I'm going to send you my next story, and you can pull it up. And I think it's important that you pull this up because, let me make sure I got the right one. Daily Herald. There you go. I want people to see this picture. I want people to see the picture of the victim of this story. This is a 19-year-old woman. She was going into the McDonald's bathroom, and she's mask presenting. I don't know her sexual orientation. I don't know if she's trans. I have no idea. I just know what I see in the pictures. She was brutally attacked by a 32-year-old man with his teenage daughter. They beat the crap out of her while yelling slurs. This happened on May 13th, and she's just now coming out about it because she was so terrified of the ramifications of coming out for this. These things are happening. These things are happening in our LGBTQ community. They need protected. If you are out in public and you see this kind of stuff, it is your duty, it is your responsibility as a human being to protect people.
Yeah, unfortunately, we really are at that point where we need to be protecting each other because those that are supposed to be protecting us are not doing so.
They're not. They're 100% not. And speaking of which, multiple National Security Council staffers were put on administrative leave today. So I want you to take this in consideration. This is coming completely from Tic Tac. This is all my opinion. If you take a look at how weak our country is right now, like we as citizens, we fully expect for our government to protect us. If there's missiles being launched at us, if they're lobbing bombs at us, we expect our country, our government to be able to detect that and to protect us from it, you know, and like there's a lot of things that go on with espionage and spying and we just kind of don't see it, so we don't think about it, but that stuff is always going on. Donald Trump made he made a policy to not investigate Russia meddling within our elections anymore. He put Pete Hegseth at the head of our defense. He fired the head of the National Security Administration because Kristi Noem didn't like him and wanted him to. He is weakening our country intentionally. I think it's intentional. He's causing. These things have been battled constantly. Like we see the movies and we hear the stories about it, but in real life, this stuff is happening, and now we're at a point where it's almost opening us up to be attacked. And I'm just kind of waiting for it to happen. Once again, that's all Tic Tac's opinion. But yes, he did fire multiple National Security Council members today. You said you wanted to talk about Trump denying North Carolina's request for hurricane relief?
Yeah, let me just 1 second. I'm just going to pull up a video Neely sent me, and then we could talk about that. 'Cause if I don't, I'm going to forget that she sent it.
Okay.
Medicaid has never been on the chopping block.
I'm not going to vote for Medicaid cuts, benefit cuts.
You will see no cuts in Medicaid payments.
Medicare, Medicaid, none of that stuff is going to be touched.
They talk about Medicaid cuts. Everybody's going to be thrown, according to Democrats, into all these horrible situations. There's only one problem. The word Medicaid is not even in this bill.
So, a reminder to everybody. There's going to be a $700 billion reduction in Medicaid spending, as well as a ban on states' ability to expand Medicaid themselves. And if we're talking about Medicare, while Medicare does not appear in the bill, because of how large of a deficit this bill would lead to, it triggers the sequestration through PAYGO, which means that some Medicare spending would have to be cut.
Sorry, Grandma.
Okay, let's talk about FEMA.
Yeah. Okay. So he has denied FEMA's request for hurricane relief on Hurricane Helene.
Mhm.
Helene, I think I'm saying that right. So like, I want the outrage. I want the outrage that they had for Biden when he only did $750 for the fire victims. These guys are getting nothing. He's denying all relief. Everything they get is going to have to come from the state. It's not warranted, he says.
Yep. So when he was running, blaming Biden and for some reason Kamala, for North Carolinians not getting what they deserve, and now when he has the power to give them what they deserve, he says it's not necessary.
It's too much.
I also I don't know if he said anything today, but I'm pretty sure he still hasn't spoken out about the people who have died due to the tornadoes in Kentucky, Missouri, and Illinois.
Yeah. I've got some sad news also. I don't know. This is sad to me because I'm old. Billy Joel, not the Green Day guy, but the other guy, the piano man, he has hydrocephalus. He's got a neurological condition. It causes pressure or swelling within the cerebral spinal fluid on the central nervous system, the brain, and the spinal cord. It affects his ability to play and to sing. It'll affect his vocal cords. It'll affect his extremities. It's pretty serious, but he's alive. He just needs to heal from this. They'll probably put shunts in, typically with... have you ever heard of water on the brain?
Yeah.
That's what this is. That's the layman's terminology for it.
I think we actually I think we actually talked about hydrocephalus recently. I can't remember if it was my live or someone else's live, but it was
yeah, cancel all those shows.
Can someone remind me? I think it was referring to the baby. Yes.
Yeah, it typically happens to babies.
Adriana Smith's baby. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, it typically happens to babies at birth, but that doesn't mean that it can't happen. It's it can be caused by viruses, by bacterias. Infections can cause an inflammation, and this is like it's.
And Adriana has hydrocephalus. Right. Adriana came up and spoke about that.
It can be not fixed per se, but like there's a lot of treatments that they can do to help it, but it is causing him to cancel the rest of his tour.
I'm sad.
Yeah, that's I don't know. I grew up with that. I grew up in the 70s and 80s. Well, not much in the 70s, but in the 80s at least. Chief Justice Roberts temporarily halts discovery of Doge case. Let me read this to you guys real quick. Chief Justice Roberts temporarily halted a discovery case in a lawsuit seeking to access to documents and information about the Department of Government Efficiency. In a brief order, Roberts granted the government's request for an administrative stay, which temporarily lifts a judge's order, allowing limited discovery into whether Doge as an agency if it is found to be an agency, it would make Doge subject to Freedom of Information Act requests. This is important. This is giving the public information to what Doge has been doing, because they're not considered an agency. All that tap dancing they were doing with Elon's not actually in charge of it. It's this lady. That's essentially what they're talking about. If it's not considered an agency of the government, then it's not subject to the Freedom of Information request. That's what they're trying to do right now, but it's just going to give us a peek into what Doge did and what they know, what they took of ours. And that's all I got, man. How you feeling? Is your patience up a little bit?
If anything, it's down with some of those stories, but
Oh, I do have one more. 12 people were injured in a poking involved the sharp instrument at Hamburg train station. Authorities in Germany say an assailant he poked People at the Central Railway Station in the city of Hamburg injuring 12 people, 6 of them critically.
Damn.
It's always bad news, man. But wait, there's more. No.
All right. Well, Tic Tac, as always, thank you so much for keeping us all informed.
Yeah, man, I appreciate you. Thanks for having me up. You guys take care. Y'all be safe.
You too. Bye. Yeah, Annie. We're going to hear it for the rest of time from the Second Amendment people. Did you hear about the tornado sirens not going off in Kansas? No, I didn't hear about that. So I don't know. I haven't spoken to him yet today. I don't know if he's gonna go live tomorrow. But tomorrow is the 3-year anniversary of the shooting at Robb Elementary in Uvalde. So if Brett does go live tomorrow, can y'all show him some love? I can only imagine what he's going to be going through. I am going to reach out to him tomorrow as well. Like, if I was in a position, I know I wouldn't be able to go live, but Brett is a much, much, much stronger person than I am. So, yeah, just want to shout him out. Make sure if you're not following Brett Cross is unless he's changed it to it should be Cross 333. If y'all aren't following, make sure to drop a follow and send him some love tomorrow. There he is. Yeah, I hope so too, Kai. Sorry, I figured why do Republicans think it's important not to text the tax silencers? But yeah, I don't know. I mean, with everything, just everything, all the news hurts, man. Like, rather than trying to pass common sense gun legislation, Texas is literally going backwards and making it easier to purchase weapons. See that the states are banned from regulating AI. I didn't see that. Yeah, it was 1934 STLA that tax began. Like, what the fuck are we doing? Okay.
Hey, Dan.
Hey.
So I have some good news that happened that I stumbled upon while I was working on the source doc earlier. So a native species of turtle that lived in Yosemite has returned to Yosemite after it was being overrun by invasive bullfrogs. But they were trying so hard to get it back, and they finally have gotten the turtle back. So it's the northwestern pond turtle. So that was my good news of the day that I stumbled upon amidst all the garbage that's going on out there.
Thank you.
Are you anti-turtle? Come on, man.
No, I'm pro turtle. I am turtly enough for the turtle club.
Just making sure. I need to know who I'm talking to here, man. And then the other good thing was, and it's hilarious to watch if you do need like a 15-second clip, is Charlie Kirk getting his ass handed to him by a student at Cambridge. It's amazing.
I did see that, but we can play
I
it for
saw
chat.
that. He gets destroyed.
So satisfying.
Yeah.
Love that.
It was very funny. That kid is like prepubescent, and he's just bending Charlie Kirk over.
It was rad. Gotta say.
Oh. So, no, the reason I wanted to come up was just because I wanted to announce my new vocation. I've decided to be a close-up magician strictly at Republican events.
That's like the easiest job ever,
Seeing
man.
how yeah, exactly. Like I'm thinking I'm like, here, pick a card, any card, and they pick a card and then they just hand it to me and I just like look at the card and turn it around and go, "Is this your card?"
And
I
just tell
think
them you
that would
didn't look
kill.
at it.
No, they can see that I looked at it. They're just amazed. They're like,
No,
"You can identify numbers and colors and shapes? Get out of here." Over it. Or get one of those, those things that like you pretend you're like sneezing it out or whatever. It's one of those really long ropes. I want to just get one of those that's bundled up, pull it out of my pocket, and throw it on the table, and just be like, "Look how fucking long this thing is, guys."
I support your new career endeavor.
I think it's going to be better than being a doctor.
I think so.
I think that's going to be. I think if there's one thing that's clear.
Yeah, for sure. Much more rewarding, I'm sure.
Oh yeah, the looks on the Republicans' faces when they're just absolutely befuddled. Hey guys, look at this. 2 plus 2. Get this. It's 4 blocks. You thought it was gonna be 5. I know, I did too.
Dude, you're killing me. Nice. You can do all the shows at Mar-a-Lago.
Oh man, Mar-a-Lago, that's a trip.
Can you imagine the look on Trump's face?
He's just like, whoa.
Everything is computer.
Look, I can. Yeah, no, that's exactly what I was gonna say. I can like make this computer look. I just turn my phone and make it look like a computer with ones and zeros. Oh, damn, dude. This is scary.
Wait, are you really a doctor?
Yes.
That makes it even better.
Hey guys, you know this has been a dream for a long time.
You're finally getting to realize your parents will be so proud.
Oh, I know. They were really disappointed by the doctor thing.
I'm sure they were dreaming about having a son who was a close-up magician. I mean, what parent doesn't?
Exactly. I'm just struggling to think of more tricks. Like, it could be anything. Like, you know, the rabbit in the hat trick where it's like in a box.
Dude, you got to
I want to just turn the box around and just be like, look at all the shit they fit in here, guys. It is economical as hell.
Dude, the coin out of their ear. That one will blow them away.
I'm just there trying to shove a coin in their ear. I'm like, I think this is how this works. Oh, you're going to be amazed when this comes back out, buddy.
Just trust me.
Oh.
That could actually get really dangerous. Republicans just trying to figure out magic tricks. Like, I saw him pull this out of the ear.
You got to hit him with one of these. You know?
Oh, snap. What the fuck? There were 4 there. How did it go to just 1? It was 4. I saw it.
You can do the thing where it looks like you like separated your thumb.
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if I can. Yeah, there you go. Dude, they'll freak out, man.
Bro, they'll freak out and vote for a fascist.
The art of amputation.
So many crash outs.
How angry they'd get.
Dan, why did you do your arm like that? I don't know. It's for the camera.
You tried to do it. It's hard to match up the hand and the thumb. Come on.
They're gonna accuse him of witchcraft.
That's true, but only because it is witchcraft. I'm gonna show him a mirror and just like blow the whole crowd away. I'll be like, look, if I look into this, it's me. But if you look into this, it's not me. Explain that to me. Riddle me this one. Libtards.
Their heads will just explode.
Loki, I do want to say, I know you're parodying the right, but that word they use involves a slur, so if you can.
Oh yes, sorry. We'll say lib winners.
Lib winners.
Yeah. But yes. But I just wanted to report to you guys my new change in vocation. I'll drop down to let everybody enjoy their time. I got to drive somewhere real quick.
I'm going to go think up more magic tricks for you. I'm pretty excited about that.
Honestly, yes. And if you want to DM them to me, because I'm genuinely thinking of doing like a little short video.
I just followed you. I'm totally in.
All right.
All right, y'all.
All right. Thanks, man.
Dr. Magic.
Thank you.
All right, bye, Dan. We dropped.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay, we needed that laugh. I'm gonna Angela on. I'm waiting for my sandwiches because I'm now starting to.
Republicans are suggesting nuking Gaza.
I'm starting to feel the effects of not eating food today.
That was good. Title still says news with Titkadak.
Oh, thank you.
You have a Discord. Shoving coins in the ear.
Hey Dan, I'm back.
At Joe Santana, did you though? I thought you just predicted you'd be disliked by most people. Snack on something. At Sim Whiteheart. If you make Dancoin a stable coin, we can get the UAA to buy 2 billion. Did you see that people showed up to his Trump coin dinner in masks?
No, I didn't see that.
Dancoin is the future. At Joe Santana Shore.
Wait, hold on.
Did that guy ever send you the Dancoin investment money?
Wait, I do not endorse that the Ethan's videos. Because I believe Ethan. So Ethan claims in his videos that Z did nothing wrong.
OMG, the masks were hilarious.
And I don't think that's true. I do think Z did something wrong. The only thing that I kind of agree with Ethan about is that I think Peyton jumped the gun with the 100K accusation.
Who's Ethan?
Ethan's a dude that has like a series of videos exonerating Z, but I still think she was no, a different person. I still think Z was microaggressive and has handled this so poorly. Oh, I see. I got you, bro. Yeah, I'm just letting you know because you said W, Dan, and Ethan, and I want it to be clear. Like, I agree with a little bit of what Ethan's saying, but I disagree with a lot of it.
I keep leaving Z's screenshots in his comments.
And what does he feel about those screenshots? Oh my god, those screenshots. Ooh, okay.
Like macroaggressions at this point.
Yeah.
When he argues back, I just leave another screenshot. Didn't Z tell GT they were supposed microaggressions?
Yes, and GT dropped
because
her.
Ethan is Canadian, can we blame them?
As he should have. This is over a month after, and she still said supposed microaggressions. This is the problem, or this is one of the many problems that people are not seeing, right? It would be one thing if right after it happened, Z apologized and explained that she's learning, blah, blah, blah. She didn't do any of that. And she's still like quintupling down on the fact that she didn't do anything wrong. So, zero accountability. Yeah. So I have to state multiple times, just because I think Peyton handled himself very poorly and lied a lot to push a certain narrative, does not mean that I endorse Z. I still agree with Peyton on his first call out of Z with the microaggressions. It's just everything that came after that was a bunch of lies and kind of seemed like it was for clout. But yeah. She said she apologized to who she felt she needed it, but didn't apologize to the people from the panel. That was so crazy to me. How do you not apologize to the people on the panel? Oh. But yeah, so long story short, LZ, also L Peyton. And L tomfoolery. Throw that in there. Okay. Where are my sandwiches? Let's see. Where's Dan's squad of sandwiches?
And LCFH. L
Oh,
tomfoolery isn't enough.
yeah, LCFH.
LZ, da-da.
I don't know what Angela just read, but L tomfoolery isn't enough.
Each one of Dan's sandwiches represents one of his enemies. ZFH.
ZFH. That's ZFH. Okay.
At Neely Light Blueheart.
I feel like I'm one of the oldest in the Discord.
Z Foolery H.
Where are your sandwiches? They're on their way.
What's on the agenda, Dan?
What's on the agenda?
Piece
I'm gonna clear out my tabs. I'm gonna clear out my
At
tabs.
Nietzsche Piece 8_2. Oh, no, you're not. At Nietzsche Piece 8_2. Oh, no, that's Dan, J.
Clearing out my tabs.
At Nietzsche Piece 8_2. Oh, I am 46 if that help. Oh no, but if you close the tabs you might need them. The sandwiches said OMW. I love the tab clear out. Yay. At Nietzsche Piece 8_2. Oh, I feel the same way. At Rose I am still winning, but I am stoked you're 46. The amount of tabs Dan always has open should have been the only sign he needed of ADHD. There's something cathartic when you clean up a list of tabs. Where's Maga Dan? True that. Facts. Always wise to close the tabs before your girlfriend shows up the next day.
No.
Damn. Remember Charlie Sheen and his whole winning thing? Gotta clear them tabs. Leave some internet for the rest of us. I could hear Dan's computer sigh in relief with the tab
That's so
clear out.
funny.
At Saintla_va. LMAOO. Also true. At Neely Light Blueheart. Dan just got snitched on. Tabs are my to-do list.
Thank you, Flacalda. Flacalda? I really appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Dan Ram. Tea tastes like promotion. At Neely Light Blueheart, me too.
Yo,
Using groups
so-
is my savior. And don't close more tabs. Open more windows. At Flacalda W. At
Okay.
Puff who opens all their emails.
I think I need to say
No, I
something
just
here.
make a new email.
I think I need to say something. I really appreciate the core 200 people that hang out even when I am not saying anything. I'm kind of too hungry to think straight at the moment, and I'm waiting patiently for my sandwiches. And I'm like these people could be watching Pickles or something. But I guess Pickles ended his live. Either way, I really appreciate you guys. Pickles is not. Yeah, just an example. We love your yap silence sessions. And I know a lot of people didn't sign up for all the drama of today. And a big thank you, Cashew. And while not all of it, but a lot of it was me not being able to listen to those around me. I just appreciate that y'all. How do I word this with my empty stomach? Okay. I'm trying. every day to be a little better and better. Those aren't words. I try every day to be. Help me out, chat. What are the words I'm trying to say here? Angry words or words? I try every day to be a better person than the day before. And even in situations where I may be in the right, I feel that I probably acted in the wrong in parts of those situations. We talked about that a little bit before earlier, and I think something that we all need to remember is the human brain was probably not equipped to deal with this amount of criticism. I'm at, so you don't smell burnt toast? So I'm at like what, 99K or something, whatever. I can only imagine what Dean and Parker and them go through. It does weigh on me a lot, right? I was thinking about this earlier because I said I don't know why I haven't been listening. I don't know why I haven't been listening to the women in my life who have been giving me very, very good advice. And like I said, the reason I say women in particular is because the women in my life are always right, whereas the men in my life are like 50-50. So it's not like I'm not listening to women thing. It's I'm not listening to anyone's advice thing. And I think what's weighing against it so much is that I'm, as our other like content creators are, and fuck, that includes Peyton, are experiencing things that I don't think the human brain was meant to experience. And so a lot of us react in ways that on the surface seem erratic, or can we just not include Peyton? On the surface seem erratic or seem out of line. I guess all I'm just asking for some grace. I'm asking for grace for people who want to do better. Because I will say, I can't describe like how different you feel when you're not just thinking about those that know you. You're not just getting the input from those that know you, but you're getting the input from tens of thousands of people. It is a very surreal feeling. It's something I'm still getting used to. And like I said, I'm nothing. I'm a nobody compared to a lot of others like Dean and Parker. So I mean, I'm gonna make the case for them as well. I can't speak to actually Parker doesn't really have to do with this, but I'll make the case for Dean because I know a lot of people were talking about Dean earlier. Based on everything I've seen, I do think Dean has made mistakes, and I also think Dean is trying to do good, and I also think Dean is trying to do better. So, some grace for the young lad would be appreciated. I'm giving my perspective as someone with like a 100th of his following. So I can only imagine what he's going through. I'm also 34 years old, and he's like 20 something. The people that I think deserve less grace are those that are not trying to do better. We've talked about those people that don't take accountability. He's literally 20. Okay. People that don't take accountability, the people that are doubling, tripling, quadrupling down. I think those people deserve less grace. But yeah, I kind of got off the rails here. Long story short, the internet's fucking weird. And I just hope that where are your sandwiches? You know, it's fucking weird, and I just hope that God, doing this speech on an empty stomach. Hold on. Seven minutes away. 7 minutes away. Dan, I really respect you for this. I think I myself can be far too critical, and it's good to hear. Yeah, mind you, Dan, parasocial relationship and the veil of anonymity makes people say dumb shit. Yeah. I guess long story short, I should probably go back to therapy. I think. Hey, Johnstone. I think therapy is good for everybody. I was under the impression not very long ago that like you needed a good reason to go to therapy. But I think all people should probably go to therapy at least once to unpack some stuff. I used to W Erica, I see my therapist Tuesday. I actually stopped. So I went to therapy for the first time ever last year, and it was going pretty well. I stopped going because I started doing these lives, and I just didn't have the time. As y'all remember, before the election, I went live every night to try to get Kamala elected. And so I thought it was a good idea to stop going to because I just didn't have the time. And while I agree with that decision, I think now that it's been 9 months, I don't know where the 9 months went, chat, but it's been 9 months since we started going live. I think I probably should go back to therapy. All right. That's got to be the end of my speech, I think.
Hey, Dan.
Hi.
I just wanted to say that I think that therapy is very crucial, especially for us men, because I'm just going to be real with you. We can be as a gender, we can be very, very nasty human beings. And I think that going to therapy is very, like I said, crucial so we can unpack our shit. Like, I have done things in my life that have been very, very horrible, but because I've gone to therapy twice a week, I think that I've been able to do better and be more accountable for the things that I've done. And I'm definitely not done in that whole unpacking process. And I'm doing everything that I can to do better, be better, because I have people who are relying on me to do better and be better, including my 7-year-old niece who I adore.
I'm happy to hear that that you are working to do better. I mean, listen, we're all human. Right in the earlier live, Naquan hit the nail on the head. We're all human. We all make mistakes. It's a matter of how we move forward.
Yeah, and I know that right now, because of this stupid administration, my therapy is on pause. But I'm doing everything I can do to stay sane. Like, for example, taking my meds and everything. But it's tough in these streets. So,
Thank you so much for coming up. I really appreciate you.
of course, and I just wanted to let you know that I love you. I love Santana. I love Erica. I love everyone. And if you ever
Green blunt
need
rotation.
if you ever need anything, my DMs are open, and that goes for everyone.
I really appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Of course, I'm gonna drop down. Have a good evening.
You as well. Yo, why is Liam still in my request box? Liam, move on, bro. I'm just not that into you. Just go to another live. Chris is wide beyond his ears. Bad Liam? Yeah, bad Liam. Liam needs Liam, I'm begging you. If anyone on this app needs therapy, I think it might be you. Liam needs validation. Make him talk to women, he'll leave.
Hi, bestie. Do you have Robux?
Yeah, I don't know what that was. If you know you can't be objective about someone, maybe leave the accountability to other people. Miss Casey, what are you referring to? Unless I want to play the cassette tape. Liam is the one who needs therapy. I ain't paying for it.
At Emmy, she, her, added on to Peyton's.
I just think you're not being objective about Peyton. I mean, so I did apologize for letting my emotions get the better of me earlier in the live, but in regards to him lying about the black women on the tour, I'm as objective as can be. I've spoken to the black women. He didn't. He lied. He's a liar. He told the truth about some things and he lied about other things. I don't know how else to put it. Like he was correct in calling out the microaggressions from Z, but pretty much everything after that was a whole lot of lies. So, like, sure, someone else can talk about it if they want. That's fine. But he chose to include me in his video with no evidence, no receipts, just because he hated me. And so I think I'm in the right to maybe have a little bit of pettiness towards him. Like, we had to delay. We were planning this. We were planning this massive stream for the 100K followers, and we had to delay it because Peyton including me on that whiteboard, when again he didn't include CFH Unfiltered, who's still on the tour. Peyton including me on that whiteboard made me lose like 2,000 followers, and that frustrated me because if I'm going to be included, at least give people a reason. He didn't include Mr. Jones X. He didn't include CFH, who's still on the tour. He was not being objective when he put me on that whiteboard. He just threw on that fucking Dan guy. So, right, and you can defend that, but yes, the live today seemed petty when we really don't know enough. Yeah, I mean, I admit that, and I even and I apologize for that. It's why I edited the video that I posted. And it's also part of the reason why I said what I said just now about how, like, it's difficult for my human brain to process the amount of feedback it's receiving from tens of thousands of people. It's super difficult. And so I'm asking for a little bit of grace. No, I get if you don't want to offer that, that's fine. But I don't know what else to say on the matter. He maliciously included myself on that video in an irresponsible manner because he said, unfollow this person. This person is a liar, and included no receipts and just went along with it because his receipts on the first person in the video, Andra, were really good. People were like, okay, well, those receipts were good, so we're going to assume the rest of this is true. But he just included me because he didn't like me. It was irresponsible for him to include people in the video and not provide a reason. He didn't even know who you were at the time. Yeah, he said that fucking Dan guy. They aren't looking for facts. I don't know. I mean, I don't know if the person that's saying these things is acting in bad faith. I can't tell. Probably they're valid criticisms. It's just I apologize for what I did wrong, and there's certain things that, like, I mean, I don't think I did wrong. I think an apology for things that I don't think I did wrong is like a fake apology anyway. So like I definitely apologize for being emotional and going live before having all my ducks in a row before doing the research, but I don't know if I can apologize for like being petty. Did you see Alina says she doesn't care, he's a bankrupt? Okay. I'm gonna go feed. Bro, I've requested. Oh, hey, hold on. MAGA is king. All right, hang on. We're gonna debate Kevin in a second. Did you see Peyton's new stories? No, I didn't see them. I'm gonna go feed the feral cat walker. I'll be right back.
At Kevin Eden 02 meh. At Kevin Eden 02. Feral Catwalker. At Kevin Eden 02, why do you hate America? At Lynn_Manuel_Mariah, he hates himself. We're gonna shit talk the one debate away before Dan gets back. I just fed my feral kitties, Porch Cat, Grayson, and Toothless. America, America. At Lags, Livia, great story, as he should if he's mega. At Neely Light Blueheart. At Sim Whiteheart, Porch Cat. Toothless. I cannot wait until I can change my name. I wonder if less people are getting orange cats these days. At Lynn_Manuel_Mariah lol. He's always on my porch. Only 2 more hearts in the gift goal. Going to see Lilo and Stitch today. I am walking my cat now, for his outside time. I'm trying to befriend some feral kittens right now too. W Porch. At Neely Light Blueheart, he looks just like Toothless. I love orange cats. At Neely Light Blueheart, I drive an orange car and hate that it's associated lol. At Neely Light Blueheart. At Sim Whiteheart, please post pics in Discord. At Sim Whiteheart off.
Johnny. Hi, Johnny.
So Dan. Dan, check Discord when you can, please. Sup. Angela, stop skipping me.
Okay, I need...
At Lynn _ Manuel _
Hold on, I need to say this. If you need to send me something on Discord, please DM it to me. I don't see tags. I do not see tags, and I can't find tags. This isn't my burner account. Okay. What were we doing? This guy, we had a mag in the box, right?
Yo, what's good?
Hi, what's going on?
What's going on? You don't like Trump?
Not particularly. Why do you like him?
Why do you don't like him?
Oh, where do I begin? Well, he tried to overthrow the government in 2020. Tried to.
Wait, why did you like him before 2020?
Hell no.
Okay, so don't use that as a reason. Why don't you like Trump?
Oh, you want me to go all the way back to the beginning?
Yeah. I mean, you can't use something because if you were on the Trump train in 2016, you'd still be on it.
Okay. So in 2016, he called for the banning of all Muslims coming into the country. He demonized Mexican immigrants, claiming that some, I assume, are good people. Oh, wait, hang on. Uber's calling. He implied that all Mexican immigrants were rapists and murderers. He called for the banning of all Muslims coming into the country. This was all in 2016 because he didn't want me to use anything past 2020. He also said that he would not be able to be judged by a judge if he was of Mexican descent because he's biased. What?
You lied a while ago. You said that he said all Mexican immigrants are.
No, I did not say all. He implied that most, because he has said some, I assume, are good people. Implied that most.
You don't
Mexican,
agree with it? You don't agree with it?
That most Mexican immigrants are rapists and murderers?
No. You don't agree that some are good people? I do.
No, most are good people. The vast majority of Mexican immigrants are good people.
Well, he's talking about people coming across the border illegally.
Yes, a vast majority of people coming across the border illegally are good people. Yes.
Why are they? If they're good people, why are they coming across illegally?
Do you think coming across illegally makes you a bad person?
Well, why would? Well, you're breaking the law. I thought good people.
Okay, so let me ask you something. Have you ever jaywalked before? Have you ever speeded before? Are you a bad person now?
Jaywalking. You're using jaywalking and speeding as an example.
Well, do you know what the offense is? Do you know what the offense is? It's a misdemeanor. That's why I'm using that. It's a misdemeanor.
I have a problem with that. Do you?
Say that again?
But what are you talking about? You talking about crossing
the border illegally is a civil offense. It's a misdemeanor.
Well, do you agree with it?
Sure, why not? Why would I care? I don't know if you know this, okay? But I have never in my life thought about illegal immigration other than to debate maggots, okay? It's never come up. Yes, I would prefer there to be less illegal immigration and more legal immigration, but it is a non-issue for non-racists. I hate to break it to you. Nobody cares. They add...
Who made it a racism issue? Y'all did.
Trump did when he said Mexicans were rapists and murderers. Trump did when he said that all Muslims should be banned from the country. Trump did when he said he couldn't be judged by someone because they were Mexican. Trump did, bro. Trump did when he called for the execution of the Central Park Five even after they were exonerated. Trump did.
There's been multiple cases of immigrants coming across illegally that have done horrible things to women. So is he wrong?
About what?
The women during the campaign 2024, he brought up tons of women got horribly things done to him by illegal immigrants. So is he wrong?
Yeah. So the vast majority,
How is he wrong?
the vast majority of undocumented immigrants commit no crimes at all.
So
And in fact, they commit less crimes than natural born citizens.
So if girls are getting sexually assaulted by illegal immigrants, wouldn't that be a problem? Or you don't care about it?
It is a problem.
So why don't you care about illegal immigration? If we have people coming across the border committing crimes, why don't somebody just have the guts to say, we need to shut it down?
Okay.
And if he does say that, he's get called a racist. Y'all
Okay.
call him a racist.
Let me ask you a question then.
What's up? What's up?
So if you guys are so worried about women's lives, right?
Why are you changing the subject and going to abortion?
I wasn't going to go to abortion, but
what you gonna go to? What you gonna go to?
well, I'm just calling out the hypocrisy here. If you want to know the reality is there is no way to prevent all crime, right? You know that.
There's a way to prevent illegal immigration. Why don't we do it?
How do you prevent illegal immigration?
Ask North Korea. They have a way far less budget than we do, and it's basically no illegal immigration. Go to North Korea. Try to cross over that border.
So you'd like us to be more like North Korea?
No, I'm just saying if we want to. You asked me how we could prevent illegal immigration.
Oh, okay. So and then you wanted us to be more like North Korea. You could just say it with your chest.
No, you asked me how to prevent illegal immigration.
Okay, so how? What do they do? Tell me what they do.
Well, we could do things like put up a fence, put up a wall, have people guarding it. A lot of different things.
Where are the majority of undocumented immigrants? The undocumented immigrants that are in this country. How did they get here? Majority of them.
Claiming asylum.
Ooh. Okay. You know your stuff. So you know a wall doesn't have to do with that, right?
Well, yeah, I think we should change policy if we can.
Right. We should change policy. Right. Okay. So if that's the case, then why, oh why, would you support Donald Trump, who blocked the people that were trying to change the policy?
Who's trying to change
the Langford border bill would have made it harder for people to seek asylum. Donald Trump blocked it.
Wait, when was it? You talking about the border bill?
Yeah, the border bill. When Donald Trump was running for president.
I didn't agree with the border bill. Nobody did on the right. It's
No,
not.
that's a complete lie. That's a complete lie. Until Donald Trump blocked it. Until Donald Trump blocked it. There was enough votes from both the right and the left to pass it.
Y'all don't understand where our base is. Y'all do not.
Or your base is on Mars. Yes, I know. You guys don't live in reality. I get it. Okay.
Talk show radio.
I get
And
it.
if you listen to radio, nobody liked that bill when it came out. Nobody did.
No,
it's a lie.
You're lying.
Y'all have the media.
You're lying.
Y'all have the media.
Thank you,
So
Alexander, for the
whatever
nice
the media says, y'all assume is true, but
No,
it's not.
it's not. Well, this isn't the media. This is five,
Who
not
told
one,
you
not two,
Donald
not three, not
Trump
four,
blocked
not
Who
five.
told you Donald Trump blocked it?
Five members of Republican leadership all confirmed that this had the votes until Trump told people not to vote for it.
Well, I didn't agree with it. Trump didn't either.
Trump didn't say he didn't. Trump didn't care about it. He said, I don't want anything passed about immigration before the election. Anything.
Who told you? Trump said that.
Trump said that himself. He said, blame me for killing the bill. Trump himself said that. Will you believe it from his lips?
Where's the video?
Before I play it for you, hold on.
Play it for me.
Before I play it for you,
I mean, I
if
agree
Trump
with
said
him.
before I play it for you, if Trump says that I don't want anything regarding immigration passed before the election, if Trump says that, will you agree? Trump is a bad faith actor, doesn't care about us at all, and I shouldn't have voted for him.
If there's a video of Donald Trump saying that he actually agrees with that policy, but he don't want to pass it because he don't want anything happening to immigration before the election.
He didn't say he actually agrees with it. He
Well,
said
of course.
afterwards.
Well, he disagrees with it. Ain't that the main reason?
That's not the main reason.
Well, that's the reason why I don't support it. Donald Trump, I'm sure he's running for president in a couple of years. Of course, he don't support it because of that. But at the same time, I don't support it because the same reason Donald Trump doesn't support it. And a bunch of people voted against it.
A bunch of people that voted against it did it because of Donald Trump. He literally said, do not pass anything about immigration
Democrats
before the
voted against
election.
it. There were some Democrats that voted against it.
I love this argument. Okay, so who gives a fuck about the 6 Democrats that voted against it? It had a 60 vote majority. It was not unanimous, but it had enough votes to pass if Donald Trump didn't stick his orange finger in the middle of it.
Oh, I didn't agree with it. So I mean,
Well, that's great that you didn't agree with it. You just said you want stricter asylum seeking process. That was in the bill.
Y'all guys just love. See, this is what I love about y'all. It's like we can argue common sense things, and I win that 100% all the time.
Okay.
If you go to like policy or something like that, y'all guys know the book.
I just pointed out the lack of your common sense. So we walked through it. I said, hold on. We'll walk through it real quick.
Policy. We're
Walk
not
through
even
it.
on common sense
Sir,
anymore.
collect yourself. We'll walk through it real quick. I said the majority of undocumented immigrants, how are they here right now? You said the asylum seeking process. I said, okay, great.
Changed it to policy.
So the way we do that is change the policy. Yes. Look. This is.
You're good. You're
we're
good
following.
At that. You're good at policy.
We're following the conversation, right? So if the majority of undocumented immigrants are here, just collect your emotions for 1 second. Let me finish. If the majority of undocumented immigrants are here because of the asylum seeking process, and you think the asylum seeking process is broken, and a lot of people do, both Democrats and Republicans, the way to fix that is to change policy. We both agree on that. Okay, now here's where the divide comes. When a policy was proposed that would make the asylum seeking process more restrictive, your guy, Donald Trump, blocked it because he wanted to run on immigration as an issue.
Okay, let me ask you one question. Why is illegal immigration crossings down 100,000 since Trump got in office? Remember how Donald Trump said, it turns out we didn't need a bill. We just need a new president. Everybody clapped. How does that make, was he lying?
Yeah, I know the video you're talking about.
What did he do to make that go down so significantly?
What he did was he lied and took credit for months of Biden's last year. That's the problem. God. He's talking about how much the first of all, it's not crossings, it's encounters. He's talking about how much the encounters dropped over his first 3 months, but he ignores all of the 9 months of Biden prior to that.
What did Biden do in those 9 months? I thought you needed a bill to change policy.
Biden was forced to pass an executive order because Republicans blocked the bill that Republicans wanted.
What did his executive order have in it?
Well, you know what? I'm not going to do my own research for you. I'm not going to do your research for you because you got kicked by the dinosaur. This information is all available for you out there. Jesus Christ. Y'all wanted this? Y'all wanted to debate MAGA? Kevin, so we have a thing here where if a guest sends a dinosaur, in this case it was Alexandra, the chat votes to kick or keep. You got 31 votes to kick and 10 votes to keep. I know you guys don't know how democracy works because you crashed out and smeared shit on the walls at the Capitol in 2020 when your guy lost. But here, the person with more votes is the winner. And in this case, you got kicked because of that. People spent their hard-earned money to tell you to shut the fuck up. Hi, welcome up.
Hey Dan, how are you doing?
I'm doing all right. How are you?
Good. I'm a friendly. I just have a question. So I'm a incoming graduate student. I'll be starting my program in September, and I'll obviously need to take a loan for that since it's pretty expensive. And with this big beautiful bill that's soon to be passed probably, I don't really understand how that's going to affect like me being able to get a loan for school. Could you just explain that for me, please?
1 sec. Okay, so this is what we know so far. The bill eliminates Biden's SAVE program. It also replaces the way student loan repayment plans are done. And it's reducing the amount of people that can receive Pell Grants. Another thing I saw was that they're eliminating subsidized student loans, meaning that normally when you get a student loan, you would be able to hold off on paying any interest until after you're out of school. And they're getting rid of that now. As for you getting a student loan, I don't know details on that.
Right. My thought was that they were just trying to get people to go more to like private loans with high rates and then, making education a lot more difficult to get. But thank you. I appreciate you for breaking that down. Yeah.
All right, chat. My food's here. Give me 1 second. Okay. Hey, Kit.
My mic's gonna take a second to work. 1 second.
While you get connected, this is the hot sauce
There we
that
go.
that Santana sponsored. We're gonna be trying this live.
Nice. That looks good. I'm lying. I can't handle any kind of hot sauce. I'm far too porcelain for that. But I'm gonna pretend, for the sake of you trying the hot sauce, that it looks good. Um, anyway, I'm curious about people like the last MAGA that was up here, and I know you obviously don't have a MAGA brain, so you can't necessarily answer this. But it's really interesting to me how these men all of a sudden care about women and girls and survivors, but they weren't here screaming when people were talking about the slap on the wrist that Brock Turner got. They're not screaming about the numbers of priests and preachers actually, like, oh yeah, I can use words on your life, actually grooming kids. They don't want to talk about that, but as soon as it comes to immigrants, now they care so much about us survivors, so much about what happened. They care so much, right? And it just makes me so mad. Like, please spare me your fake outrage and acting like you give a single fuck about any of us who have been through what we've been through. Just leave that out of your argument completely, because all of us are really tired of hearing you guys pretend like you're gonna stand up and actually care. None of us believe you. We don't. You just sound performative as fuck. That's all, Dan. I just wanted to be mad about that for a second. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you, Kat. All right, y'all. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna wash my hands, and we're gonna eat. I'm gonna bring up a couple of people in a second, but just get some water and actually, you know what? Yeah, I'll be right back. I take it back. I also kind of need to use the restroom, so I'm gonna turn on Angela and.
Hobo Johnson said, I wish that I was Skinner, but I love sandwiches. At Ang. W Food. At Quinn this. At Panhandle_MAGA. If you get 64 gigabytes of RAM, you don't have to close tabs. Mine have been open since 2019. W Food. Haha RAM. I keep getting distracted and haven't ordered my food now. At Saintla_Va facts. At Saintla_Va. At Saintla_Va bro, let your PC rest. Bombacklot. Taint. At Saintla_Va, what do you do when it crashes though? So much lost. Yoga with corgi puppies this weekend. I am excited. Obama. Bing bing bong bong bing bing bong. Who wants to take best how long Liam stays in the requests? Liam needs a hobby. What should he do, chat? Bookmarks greater than open tabs. At Neely Light Blue Heart Dam. At Trey. At Neely Light Blue Heart go love his wife. At Neely Light Blue Heart underwater basket weaving obvi. Is Liam a diamond painting guy? Liam, are you willing to take to a woman? At Taylor I have too. I'm assuming Liam got voted out. Let me up for Liam LMAOI, just have a question for him. At none_ya2448, why do you hate Liam's wife? Chrome keeps all tabs in history. I just restore the windows. Liam should read about empathy. Sid Liam. Liam, is your wife even real? Liam is gonna stay for the whole live. Chrome is a memory hog. At Neely Light Blue Heart Stop, I am literally diamond painting RN. Maybe Liam can explain why he didn't vote. Liam didn't vote. Liam, what do you enjoy in life, other than Disneyland queue line wait times? Liam should apologize to his family for drinking all night. At Saintla_va except when it doesn't. At Woman of the Millennium, his least favorite Real Housewife. Liam, how many push-ups can you do? Wait, Liam has a wife. At Kelly, I love diamond painting. I would say Liam should parent his kids, but I think that'd be worse for the kids. I forgot Liam didn't vote. At Neely Light Blue Heart LMAOI on hate her. I just think Liam needs to show his wife some love. Isn't Disney too woke for Liam? Didn't his wife leave him? At Nietzsche Peace 8_2. Oh. Liam is so obsessed with us. At TRO True. Good point. He didn't vote? What? At none_ya2448, I think she's happy alone. At Neely Light Blue Heart, you don't love it anymore? Liam is the new Dark Lord. Liam gets more attention in this live than he gets at home. Y'all hating on me. At Emmy, she, her, okay, and work only wants us to use Chrome. I need at least 4 tabs open at once. Liam, try therapy. At Neely Light Blue Heart, you might be right. At Sim Whiteheart, don't bash Dark Lord. No Dark Lord is GOAT. At LRDC02LMAO. At Kelly, my old eyes. Also, what do you do with all the finished ones? At LRDC02 lol. Don't do Dark Lord like that. At Sim Whiteheart, no, Dark Lord is way cooler than bad Liam. At LRDC02, good Liam catching so many strays. At LRDC02. At LRDC02, we love you, good Liam. At Marnium99, damn. Hated y'all, no older millennial voted for Obama. At Nietzsche Peace 8_2. Oh, I know, Chrome is so frustrating. If Liam didn't vote, everything he says is moot. At Neely Light Blue Heart, I stick them to my walls with that nano clear tape. Liam, what's your drink of choice to cry yourself to sleep with? At Good Ryan, met them in Niagara Falls. You don't know them. At Sim Whiteheart, it's not enough. At Angan, supposedly hasn't voted since. At Rome Root Beer. Dark Lord, Liam. At Kelly, I have raging ADHD, so my HEO or Fixadickens are finite, sadly. At Ang.
Okay.
And got 4 sandwiches and is refusing to share.
Okay, here we go. Here we go. So, have meatball made from real meat and real balls. And so I'm gonna try that first without the sandwich, and then with this. First without the sauce, and then with the sauce. Oh. Also have the hook and ladder. I think I'm gonna save these for tomorrow because they refrigerate better than the meatball subs. But I might have half of one. We could try both. Yeah, let me have half of one. What's the hook and ladder? It's turkey and ham. Okay. So, where should I put the? Okay. Now for those that don't know, the reason I got these specific sandwiches is because they were buy one get one free on Uber Eats. All right, we're gonna start with the meatball sub cross section. Okay, pretty good. Not hot at all. Probably gonna put this in a toaster oven. They're at Firehouse. Is it good? I like Jersey Mike's a little bit more, but it's good. Okay. All right. So now we'll try the sauce that Santana bought for us. Bite it slower, Dan. So first we'll try the sauce by itself by licking the lid. Oh yeah. Who recommended this sauce? W. That's good. Oh, okay. You know what's bad? I did not realize the viscosity, and it just kind of spilled everywhere. Okay, well, we got a bunch on there. Go. No, I don't, Quinn. Yeah, sauce is really good. Highly recommend. Go. Next, the hook and ladder. Now, I specifically asked for no lettuce or raw onion in exchange for grilled onions and peppers because I love grilled onions and peppers. And I know that that's a weird combo. They didn't let me put it on the meatball sub for some reason. Don't bite the pickle. Oh, Dan, bite the pickle. Oh, describe how it tastes. It tastes. Oh, the datil sauce. It's like a spicy barbecue sauce. Jenny, I think you're talking about Falcon. Okay, here we go. Hook and ladder. That's shout out to Epic Tickle for paying for the dinner, and shout out to Santana for paying for the sauce. Now here's the question: do I bother putting this in a toaster because it's cold? The meatballs are cold. Do I just nut up and eat it? Toast it. Okay. I'll be back. Add more cheese and toast. I don't have any cheese.
Eldan. Cheese is a necessity WDYM. At Kelly FR. I got 5 pounds of cheese in my fridge. W Firehouse. Best sub shop. I currently have 6 different cheeses including cottage. At King Richard Ike's. I've never had Firehouse before. That is entirely too much cheese. Dang, that's a lot cheese. Cottage cheese is the bomb. Firehouse is gas. Never enough cheese. There is never too much cheese. What? JJS myself. That's not enough cheese. Add cheese. Smoked cheddar to good. Cottage cheese reminds me of the 80s. So much cottage cheese and carob. That's so Gouda. This later purposely skips my comments, I swear. Lady. At Ashley Dawn I have cottage cheese, berries and grape nuts for breakfast on weekdays. Oh nope, NVM. Never had Firehouse, I'ma try it now with extra cheese. Do you think Dan's ever had a cottage cheese and jello mold? Is Angela still on? At Abby. OMG grape nuts. He'll do dirty things for feta. At Saintla_va WTF. At Woman of the Millennium grape nuts. Habanero Jack please. The heck is a grape nut? Need a cheese live.
Chat, this is your reminder to stay hydrated. Drink some water.
Really light blue heart, I love them. So crunchy and not as expensive. My teeth hurt just thinking about grape nuts. I am dying. At Woman of the Millennium, he'll straight up eat it out of the container with a spoon.
Okay, I have a question. I asked Mac. She said she didn't remember. I'm curious if any of you remember. Any millennials or other old folk. Back in the day, they used to do commercials about the knockoff cereals that were in bags with no box, right? So like instead of Cheerios, it was like Wheat Circles. Instead of Fruit Loops, it was like Fruity Ovals, right? They used to do ads about how the knockoff ones were on the bottom shelf, and the ads were like the person would be crouching, the spokesman would be crouching, and they'd be like, so make sure to go to the bottom shelf. Then they'd walk around like this. Y'all remember those? Glad it's not just me. Find it on YouTube. Let's see.
Old commercials on YouTube are the best.
Oh my god!
We had a lot of weird commercials back then, lol.
Why didn't I think of this?
You know, more people are walking this way, so they're in a better position to find malto meal cereals. They're usually down here. You should try it. Malto meal tastes every bit as good as these. See? Bet you can't tell the difference. And they cost about $1 less. Malto meal. See if you
The
can
Tutti
taste the
Fruttis.
difference. You really ought to come down here.
1996. That's why some of you children don't remember it. Memory unlocked. Wait, should we do a Nostalgia Live? The Bernie hate justified? Cancel Bernie? Wait, what did I miss? What happened with Bernie? Well, let me get the sandwiches before they burn. His interview, people are freaking out. Damn, I just praised Bernie today. I hope it wasn't too bad. Did I miss debates? We had one total debate, I think, Gav.
At Carol C 6998, maybe we will land in space. Bernie is getting old. RIP. Nostalgia Discord channel. Debated haters today. Wait, so what did Bernie do? Oh. I don't think Bernie could ever make me hate him. Face with peeking eye, but we shall see. At Lags, Livia, great story. I hope he stays there. Without a suit. At Lags, Livia, great story. Dan, play us some classic Mario Brothers. What did Bernie do? Contexto.
Okay, I guess we can watch the Bernie interview and I can analyze it from my perspective.
Yes. At Saintla_var Zelda.
But first,
What would Brian Boitano do? Yes, please. At Jim where?
if someone wants to send me that clip on Discord, I'll watch it after I finish eating. Or maybe while I'm eating.
What's that? At Jim Shish. Sorry people with misphonia. At Jim Bro, he has an American flag in the background, lol. At Jim O'Dan isn't MAGA. Ooh, I want a pickle now. Damn, that looked like a good SSA pickle. What were you eating just now? Crunch,
Pickle.
crunch, crunch. At Jim. At Jim, we love what USA should be. At Jim, why do you hate the Constitution? Subscribe to Only Dan's if you haven't. Can you explain the no tax on overtime? I like pickles. Has anyone ever seen that old hug awareness commercial about Crystal M?
Good night, Mac.
FYI, Only Dan's is just Dan eating whole dill pickles.
And the no tax on overtime.
This is becoming a food channel.
Oh.
At Youngden 12 and prayers too.
1 second.
Pickle spears are the best. Whole pickles are way too girthy.
Okay, so
At Youngden 12, he went live about it earlier. Go watch his video.
it doesn't allow deduction of overtime wages from tips. It doesn't allow deduction of
Alexa,
overtime
Alexa,
wages for highly compensated employees, and it requires filers to use Social Security, so it cuts out non-citizens. You also would have to forego the standard deduction, and it expires in 3 years.
At Jim Trump? Adding pickles to tomorrow's grocery order. At Jim, he's literally explaining it RNWDYM. Itemize. I don't trust people that like pickles or olives.
Ooh. And I guess you don't trust me. I like them both. Well, I like some olives.
At Alexa, Alextra, nothing wrong with some girth. At Kelly, I like both. Cold pressed pickles are the best. Carbs raid. At Neely Light Blue Heart, lol, hell yeah. At Kelly, huh?
The Bernie videos are all on MAGA
At Kelly
channels?
Gasp.
Oh, if that's the case, then it's probably
I
a
like
good thing,
them all.
right?
Pickles over everything. What about the high-paying employees? Oh god, I love olives. Love me some pickles. Yeah. I've never had an olive.
They can't claim it.
Wait, what did I miss about Bernie? Damn it, why do y'all like them so much? They taste so weird, LMAO. Megyn Kelly, Young Turks, etc.
Young Turks isn't MAGA.
Now black people have made vids about it too and we aren't surprised. At Neely Light Blue Heart is the clip of Bernie as Discord? Yikes on a bike. At Jim, why are you here? Bernie ate 5 green olives with blue cheese. In. So my hubby makes most of his money from overtime. Is Young Turks reliable? If you want, I will send it.
I didn't say all that. I just
At
want
Sim
the clip.
Whiteheart, not yet.
Without the analysis.
Look
I
at
just
me
want the
busy
clip.
as a bee. Is he not eligible? That's what I am having trouble finding.
Actually, I'm not
Kimchi
sure.
pickles are delicious. TYT isn't MAGA, but Anna Kasparian has been on a right-winger arc.
He has.
The overtime deduction if you as a couple make 200K will get you 5,000 back.
Have you ever had Penn Station subs? No, I haven't.
Have you ever had Penn Station subs?
I'm pretty sure Jim
Jim,
is
why are you
being.
even here, lol?
I'm pretty sure Jim is being homophobic.
At Jim, are you working on your fanfic? Where'd I get all this energy? Has anyone objectively enjoyed one of their own farts?
Yes.
Jim gonna be quiet for a bit. Think about his choices. At Quincy Taylor, no way we both asked this. My name is Quincy. At Sal Soul at Crimes. Jim likes the eggplant. At Tucker Cassidy, yes. I love a good eggplant. Dan, can you play us some Fortnite? What was that? Objectively, have there been any good Trump things?
A
What did
couple.
I miss? Absolutely. Jim, I miss you already, you cutie. I ended up continuing to paint even though you ended your live and it looks like shit. Lol, no way. At the starving millennial, he's mad is his microscope small. Also, judge ruled in favor of Harvard. Within what 24 hours? At Gav the animal abuse EO. At Gav W judge. At Lags, Livia, great story, it doesn't reach his belly button. Did I hear they actually managed to include no tax on tips and overtime?
Yeah, but it has
Harvard
a
has the best
lot
lawyers.
of restrictions.
Mine does. At Lynn _ Manuel _ Mariah lol. I am too tired to eat.
You gotta eat something. Sandwich is good? Yeah, they are.
At the starving millennial he. What are the restrictions on OT? I totally forgot. Chat has gotten too wild. Can I get a bite?
Wait,
If there
hold
weren't
on,
a
hold
ton
on,
of
hold
BS
on.
red tape for no tax, I'd be shocked.
Hey, I did some research on my own coming in here spamming.
Pat?
He's not lying. I want to apologize. I'm not sure what that's about, but I appreciate your apology.
I've ordered some cookout chicky tendies.
Can I get a bite? Yeah, I got you.
DANOLD. Nom nom. Dan, stop, I am choking. Yum. At Alexa, chicken tenders. Does it have pickles?
On the
Looks
side.
good. Thanks. Wait, pause. Jump. At. Favorite chain restaurant? I'll go first, Chili's. Not me taking a fat bite of my own food when Dan did that. At Unworn. Here comes the airplane. I licked the screen. What's the crunchy thing you're eating?
Pickle.
At Lags, Livia, great story. At Taylor, yes, my favorite of this region. At Lags, Livia, great
Is
story.
ew banned from the chat?
Oh,
I
yeah,
don't think it is.
sorry. Is EU banned from the chat? Lol. At Lags, Livia, great story. EU.
I'm pretty sure it's not.
EU. Nope, lol. EU. Which are better, olives or pickles? At Kelly, I say it every time I see Mega. I tried to comment it and it didn't let me, lol. We.
Good.
You. I say you a lot.
Pickles
EU.
or olives?
At Saintla_va olives.
The
Pickles, duh.
In my opinion, the best olives are better
Dan,
than the
do you
best
drink pickle
pickles, but the
juice?
worst olives are way worse than the
LMAOI
worst
was
pickles.
trying to say you to the pickles. Pickles. Pickles for sure. Pickles are better than olives, emo. W pickles. How do we feel about olives in tamales? Pickles, of course. Lol, so true, Dan. Olive s olive olive olive. Are we talking about the interview where Bernie called Dems a threat to democracy?
I'm not sure if that's the interview, but
Valid comment on bad olives versus bad pickles.
I'm totally down to watch it.
Maybe I've just never have a note worth olive. At Lynn_Manuel_Mariah scared. At caffeined. Who here stands at the fridge and sips the juice from the jar?
That's not me.
There is few bad pickles.
I'm not a pickle juice person.
At Quinn me. Blue cheese olives are the best, especially in a dirty martini. At Quinn me. At Alexa, Alextra scared? From olives and tamales? Juice? In this economy? At Quinn sad what? Lol. At Quinn no, but I do appreciate a pickleback. At Quinn why waste a cup? I had spicy pickle beer last weekend, so good. Flicks the juice on his sandwiches for flavor.
This Jim
Blue cheese
guy
olives and a martini?
waited out his 5-minute
Jim,
mute
yes.
and is commenting again.
At Alexa, Alextra picklebacks are the best.
Imagine having nothing to
To say
do
that.
that you wait out your 5-minute mute just to comment again.
Spicy pickle beer sounds interesting.
Grow up, bro.
At Jim, oh god, carrot riding Jim is back. Jim is probably Liam's alt. At Jim, yeah, you jealous? At Kelly, yes, yummy. At Jim, there are 200 of us watching at SO.
It's about to go down. Oh, Erica, what'd I miss? What's going down?
At Jim, you sat there that whole time.
Sorry, my
Weird.
cheese my cheese
It's about
senses
to
are
go
tingling.
down. Is Liam still in the guest box? Jimbo
What's
him?
going down,
Oh.
Erica? What'd I miss?
Bro has Dan on his mind hard. At
Wait,
Lynn
previous
underscore
comment?
Manuel underscore Mariah, I gotta see them so I can expect them.
Previous
Yes, flavor.
comment from
EH
you? I only
texture.
saw one comment from you. Did I miss one?
At Erica underscore Shantae, what? Jim doesn't get sandwiches.
You might have got filtered,
At
Erica. I only see one
underscore
comment.
Shantae. ERICAAA. TEAAA. At Alexa, Alextra, oh I get that, for me it's a fun little surprise. Mega doesn't even want to be around each other. They want our acknowledgement so bad. At Lags, Livia, great story. Erica, take us with you, I don't know where but I want to go. At JYNX, the service mutt facts. At Erica underscore Shantae pickle time? Do you like gushers? At Jim,
I haven't
why
had
are
any in a
talking
long
like that?
time, but I think so.
At Jim, that is why we
Erica,
love you.
I don't know if you're
You
getting
can leave,
filtered,
you know.
but text me if it's
At
something I
Jim,
should know
why are you
about.
still here, bro?
I'll be right back.
I have anxiety, what is it? At Jim, apparently you like it though. Do they still make gushers? At Quinn the candy or? Lol, I literally just ate a pack of gushers. At Neely Light Blue Heart, yes. It's in the Discord LMAOO. I went to Sam's Club and they have like 48 packs of gushers. At Neely Light Blue Heart, yes. Text me too, Erica. At Neely Light Blue Heart, I bought some last week. What Beyonce say? I've been drinking. At Erica underscore Shantae. At Lags, Livia, great story. He's been waiting for Trump to replace Obamacare, he's got time. I had no idea, huh? At Lynn underscore Manuel underscore Mariah. It's been too long since I've had a gusher iquim. At Jim, why are you still here? Unless, do you have a crush? What about Jello pudding pops? I'm having sour Skittles, better than Gushers. Can we bring those back? At Needy
Oh,
Light,
she
Blue
been
Heart Bros
drinking.
are so
Okay,
good.
got it.
Oh no, don't imbibe in TikTok Live.
Wait, Rose, why did you turn off
Y'all need to
comments?
try Chamoy Gushers. So bomb. At Erica underscore
Rose, what are you
Shantae Red,
doing?
even with Bill Cosby as the spokesman. I am on my first beer. Why are we being silenced? I was like, what the hell? Oops. At Jim Sheep, their coats are nice.
Yeah, it's her first day.
At is okay, those sound awesome. Rude. That looked familiar. At Izu. Is someone going rouge? Ha ha ha, it's what you do as a new mod. I felt a million voices cry out all at once. I've been sober for years, but it might be time to change that. Mod's gone rogue. P. At is those sound amazing.
Okay,
At Brittany cheers. At Rose I did it too. I thought my app
can someone tell me if the interview that we're all talking about, the Bernie interview, is this with Andrew Schultz? Is that the interview we're referring to?
Voters had is like
Flagrant podcast. Bring Erica up. She's all gonna come up. Okay. Okay, yeah, this is. I think this is it. All right. Flagrant and Schultz. Okay. By the way, there was a guy that was. But why? They just love you, Erica. There was a guy that was commenting on when I first started going live. Okay, they commented on every single one of my videos that I was LGBTQ Andrew Schultz, and I didn't know how to take that. I don't know if there's a resemblance. Maybe. There's nothing wrong with that.
they didn't even know if it was her. We didn't even know if Biden was president. We didn't even know if these were her talking points. And we felt that over the last 4 elections, Democrats, we felt that we didn't have a say on who could be president. We talk a lot about the Republicans being autocrats and oligarchs and taking over democracy, but from the Democrat perspective, and I'm a lifelong Democrat, I felt like the Democratic Party completely removed the democratic process from its constituents. And I think they need to have some accountability of that.
No argument here.
I donated for you. I mean, I wanted you to, like, 2016, I was like, this is going to happen. This guy's going to do it. And it felt like they stole it from me. And I'll be honest, it broke my heart when you supported them.
Look, but you have, in the world that I live in, you got a choice. And I mean, a lot of people, including my wife, agree with you. But, you know, you're down to a choice. Is it going to be Hillary Clinton or is it going to be Donald Trump? Not a great choice.
But it ended up being him anyway, so why don't we burn it down?
Well, because it's easy to say burning it down means that children are not going to have, you know, food to eat, that the schools will deteriorate, people will not have health care.
I got it.
And I'm an elected official. I got to represent the people.
That's fair.
And I can't turn my back on.
But then could we not also say, if ostensibly there hasn't been a fair primary for the Democrats since 2008, are they not also a threat to democracy? Yes. We often hear.
Fair enough. That is, yeah, I'm not going to argue with that point.
Uh, yeah, I think no argument here was probably a little bit irresponsible. That's not the clip. There's a part where they talk about race and class. Oh, okay. Hold on. Oh, well, this is the full podcast. Should we... God, are we really watching this?
What's up, everybody? Welcome to Flagrant. Our guest today.
Okay, I don't really want to watch the full thing. If somebody has that clip, I will say that something about part of the far left that does bother me. It's not all. Part of the far left, particularly like white communists. This is a generalization, okay? But part of the far left want to boil everything down to class and ignore intersectionality and ignore how much race plays into the situations that we're in. And while I do think class is important, and I do think ultimately those of us that are in the middle and lower class should be allied together against the upper class that are doing a lot of this stuff. I do. Madeline Pendleton. Yes, exactly. Thank you. That's exactly what I'm talking about. I do recognize that there is a segment of the far left that choose to ignore intersectionality and just boil everything down to class. And if that's what Bernie does, like I said, we haven't seen that clip yet of this, but if that's what Bernie does, then I disagree with him on that. Damn it, there's been a long live. I went to work and got off and you're still on. I did end for a couple hours. But to speak to the clip that we just watched, so I personally don't think the 2020 primary was rigged. I voted for Bernie in every primary possible, both in 2016, 2024, in 2020. And while I think there are a lot of circumstances that led to Bernie losing that primary when it looked like he was going to win, I personally have not seen any evidence that the 2020 primary was not the will of the people. And this is actually a really good point to back up. What I was saying earlier, that a lot of people on the far left choose to ignore race and intersectionality. Bernie struggled with black voters, period. Now, one might want to argue and say, well, why would Bernie struggle with black voters and Biden be doing well with black voters, given what we know? Bernie was arrested for marching for civil rights, and Biden had his hand in the crime bill, all this stuff. That's not for white leftists to determine, right? It's not up to us to determine who black people should be voting for. So when Jim Clyburn came out and endorsed Biden, and it led to a huge swing for Biden on Super Tuesday as well, that's, while I wish that wasn't the case and I wish Bernie had won, that does not mean that it was rigged against Bernie. Bernie could have courted, what is Super Tuesday? It's the first primary day where multiple states vote at the same time. Bernie could have courted an endorsement from Jim Clyburn or any other member of the black community in Congress, and he didn't. Or if he did, he didn't do it well enough. Now, 2016, I've got a bunch of problems with 2016, okay? And I've talked about those before. But the 2020 primary, Biden was the winner. Period. For better or for worse, Biden was the winner. He got the most votes, and that's it. So for Bernie to not push back on that claim at all, I think is a little bit disingenuous. I mean, I suppose it's possible that Bernie has more information than the general public. Bernie wasn't my top fave. There you go. And that's a 92% right there. So, like, while I personally wanted Bernie to win, and Biden was probably like 17 out of 18 people in terms of who I wanted to win, how am I going to judge the black community for making their voices heard in the primary? So, yeah, I will say I do think Bernie is probably a little bit tone deaf on some of those issues. This is why we need ranked choice voting. Bernie also struggled with women. Yeah, that's true too. Yeah. So he reps Vermont, might be the least diverse state. Yeah. Yeah. And this is not me saying that Bernie's like a bad person or anything. But I do think he lacks he borders on the type of leftist that I was referring to, which is leftists that boil everything down to class and ignore intersectionality. Yeah. Anyway, he was involved in the civil rights movement, though. You're right. You're right. But again, that determination that he was involved in the civil rights movement isn't enough for us to criticize black voters in the primary for choosing Joe Biden over him. And I caught myself feeling that way. Maybe not in 2020, but in 2016, when they were being involved in the civil rights movement and having these talking points is disappointing. Yeah, I don't disagree, Geek. Not at all. So he acknowledges it, but doesn't point at it. But if you fix class, it will not fix intersectionality. Yeah, so that's what I'm trying to say. So there is a. Can you explain intersectionality to me like I'm 6? So intersectionality, fuck, I don't want to screw up the definition, but essentially it's the ability to look at everything that happens from the perspective of race, from the perspective of gender, from the perspective of identity, essentially. Let me look up the actual definition here. Describes an interconnected nature of social categorizations like race, gender, and class, and how these categories interact to create unique experiences of privilege or oppression. So class is one aspect, but a lot of mostly white leftists boil it down just to class and ignore the rest of intersectionality. So is Bernie racist? Doesn't seem like that to me. I wouldn't go as far as to call him racist, but I do think he probably has some what's the word here? It's not unpacking. Chat, remind me the word. Deconstructing to do. Inherent. Well, yeah, I mean, we all have inherent racism, but that's not really like what we're referring to here. This is something that I think is it probably comes with the state he's in, right? It probably comes with how old he is. But yeah, I think it's a blind spot for him for sure. And I'm not going to go as far as to call him a racist. Certainly not. But if you fix class, it will not fix most of that. Yeah, that's the problem. That's the problem. Oh, will it not? I don't think it will. I don't think it will. I think a lot of this stuff needs to be tackled simultaneously. If anyone from the Black community wants to come up and speak on this better than I can, that'd be great. But to sum up, I don't like that he implied that the 2020 primary was rigged against him by agreeing with Andrew Schultz in that last clip, because the reality was that Joe Biden just got more votes, and a big part of that was because Bernie struggled with the Black community. Jim Clyburn endorsed Biden, and that does not mean that the primary is rigged. So, systemic racism does rely on class structures and power imbalances. Yeah, no one's saying don't talk about class. That's not what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to say it's not only about class. We didn't think he could win. It wasn't about who was a better candidate. That's a great point. That's a really great point. There are other what's the word here? There are other aspects to someone's vote besides just who is the better candidate. And at a time when it looked like the opposing candidate was going to be Donald Trump, excuse me, not looked like, where the opposing candidate was going to be Donald Trump, I do not blame anyone for trying to vote for the most electable candidate. As a reminder, when these candidates were pitching themselves, Bernie was talking about universal health care. What's his face? Inslee was talking about climate change. Right? Elizabeth Warren was talking about the wealth tax, right? They all had their one or two major pitches. Joe Biden's pitch, I am going to beat Trump like a drum. That's a direct quote from Joseph Robinette Biden. I'm going to beat Trump like a drum. And you know what he did? He blew his back out by 7 million votes. So if people had the foresight to vote for Biden in the primary, expecting a Bernie loss to Trump in the general, who are we to judge them? There's actually no way right now for us to know if Bernie would have won in the 2020 general. I don't know. But anyway, mind you, people still don't want universal healthcare because they don't want minorities to get it. Yeah, I think Dems need to be more aggressive. I don't disagree with that. Can you explain midterm elections and how they can help? Yes. So midterm elections happen every so in the off years between presidential elections. And basically every 2 years, regardless of if it's a presidential election or a midterm election, every single House seat is up for re-election, and 1/3 of Senate seats are up for re-election. Okay? So midterm elections are very important because they determine the balance of power in Congress. A lot fewer people vote in midterm elections because there's no presidential race, and a lot of people look at politics like sports, right? Without that big celebrity at the top, the money card or whatever. I don't know the boxing analogy. The main headline, the headliner or whatever. Less people got to vote in the midterms. So midterms are usually when there are big swings for the non-incumbent party. Top billing, yeah. So midterms right now would be super important because if the Democrats win in the midterms, it would put an end to Trump's legislative agenda. And on one hand, that's good because they won't be able to pass any horrible bills. But on the other hand, he's mostly just passing executive orders anyway. So so what would be really important about winning in the midterms? What would be really important about winning in the midterms would be being able to maybe impeach the fascist. So could midterms make Trump effectively powerless in terms of bills, etc.? In terms of bills, yes. If the House flips and the Senate remains comparable or whatever, that's the end of Trump passing any bills legislatively. Winning midterms is damage control. Yeah, pretty much. Do you think Elon will help the midterms for the Republicans like Wisconsin? Yes, I do think so. In my opinion, Congress is more important than the president. Prior to the past like 3 or so years, I agree. But a lot of power has been ceded to the president through the Supreme Court ruling granting him immunity for most actions, through Congress signing away some of their power in terms of the purse. I think the balance of powers are shifting because of this administration, which is really, really scary. Are we better off with a Vance presidency? That's a good question, huh? I think slightly. President Vance embodies Project 2025, which is really, really bad. And it means that Trump's evil legislative agenda would not end with a Vance presidency. However, I won't worry about Vance like saying some dumb shit to start an international conflict as much. So he doesn't have the Riz. Vance would have less of a cult following too. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, people wouldn't show up to the midterms to support President Vance's agenda, whereas they would to support Donald Trump. I think that's also a big difference. Does the bill help middle class or hurt them? If you look at the bill in its entirety, it hurts the middle class because of the cuts to Medicaid, to Medicare. If you want more information about the bill, go to my YouTube. The last live I did yesterday, it should be up there. It was an hour and a half ish that we went over the bill. People say Vance is scarier, and I hate him, but I think Trump is far worse personally. You know what it's like? Okay. You know what it's like? I don't know how many of you, all right? I know there's probably the segment of people that are going to get this reference is really small. Because I think like 55% of my audience are women, and then of the remaining 45% that are men, if you're too old or too young, you won't get it. But for the three of you that are going to get this reference, Trump is like Kid Boo, whereas Vance is like Super Boo. Super Boo is technically more powerful. Okay? Technically more powerful. But Kid Boo was more dangerous. Because even though Kid Boo had a lower power level than Super Boo, he didn't care about anything. He was chaos incarnate. And so JD Vance has the Project 2025 agenda, which is bad. But Trump not only has the Project 2025 agenda, he also is a fucking narcissist and an egomaniac and only cares about himself and will actually start a nuclear war if someone pisses him off, right? And those two combined, to me, make me think that Trump is worse. Trump is also senile, yeah. Yeah, Trump is too unhinged. Do you think Pete would ever run for president? Yeah, I think so. How do you feel about Biden getting cancer? I feel bad about that. It's cancer's a bitch. Okay, quick poll. Laughing emoji if you understood the Dragon Ball Z reference. Crying emoji if you didn't. I'm just curious. Okay, I'm just curious. Okay. Okay, that's a lot better than I thought. Laughing emoji if you understood the Dragon Ball Z reference. Crying emoji if you didn't. Basically 50-50. Okay, we take those. We take those. No, don't apologize for not getting it. I don't mind. Gina, I don't know if Section 8 is in the cuts. I'm not sure. The biggest talking point I hear now is how China is slowing China's rise, or how Trump is just slowing China's rise. You have a problem with Peyton? I have a problem with people that lie and don't admit that they lied and then apologize. That's what I have a problem with. I have a problem with liars. I haven't watched DBZ in 20 plus years. Yeah, I haven't watched it in a while either, to be fair. He's speeding up China's rise. He left a void for them to fill. Yes, exactly. JD could more strategically dismantle our democracy, but Trump poisons our nation's soul. That's a great way to put it. Yes, there is a cut to HUD, which helps fund Section 8. Well, that sucks. Okay. Okay, here's the clip about identity politics from Bernie.
Let's move on to the man who's always sprinkling.
I'm gonna
Watch
skip.
the Philadelphia Phillies. The Philadelphia Phillies. They have to be.
2016 with this.
Okay.
Roll this clip so that I can stop doing summaries of clips. I know everybody loves that. This is D1.
About what happened to you in 2016 with this Bernie Bros movement, where your followers are seeing they have a racism problem, a misogyny problem. Do you think that's a super PAC thing behind that?
That was the Democratic establishment. That was the.
Wow.
Okay, I gotta stop him right there. Okay, I gotta stop him right there. I don't necessarily know what the best way for him to answer this question is, but there was a misogyny problem with the people that supported Bernie. Oh, he's joking?
Okay.
That was just, they were sitting there. We had a lot of young people. We had people of color. And
he wasn't joking. And this is not me saying that there was necessarily anything. No, not actually. I'm saying that in disbelief. Oh, I see. A simple, I didn't deliver my message that well. Yeah, that would be a good way to. It is possible that Bernie didn't say or do anything to spur that on. It is possible. I would have to go back. Again, this is almost 10 years ago now. It is possible that Bernie didn't say or do anything to spur that on, but there was 100% a misogyny and racism problem with the people that supported Bernie. Now, obviously, not all the people that supported Bernie. A lot of people in this country, a lot of people supported Bernie. But Bernie Bros are scary. Not gonna lie, they are like wolves in sheep's clothing. I think the thing. So it's also possible that this was a loud minority, but even still, they were loud supporters of Bernie, and a lot of these people went on to support Trump, which just went to show you that the reason they supported Bernie was not because of progressive policies. They were just anti-establishment. They didn't care about racism. They didn't care about misogyny. So So for him to say that it was the Democratic establishment, I think is a huge cop out. I think he can call out the problem in his supporters without like admitting fault. Like he doesn't have to say, yes, I'm a racist misogynist, and can still call out the fact that the Bernie Bros did have a misogyny and racism problem. Joe Rogan was a Bernie Bro. Dark Lord, that's a great example. Joe Rogan, he didn't endorse Bernie, but of the candidates available, he said that Bernie was the best option. This was in 2016, and look at Joe Rogan now. That type of voter definitely existed in the Democratic primary, and to gloss over it like that is really upsetting.
And they create this kind of myth with the help of the corporate media and all that stuff.
It's kind of interesting to that.
And I want to point out, he said they created this kind of myth, right? I remember Bernie had to make a statement about the misogynistic statements that would be made about Hillary back in 2016. He had to make a statement. So how is it a myth? Headed to bed. Good night, Dan. Good night, Emmy. I love Bernie, but he struggles with personal accountability. There's a lack of self-awareness there. Yeah, it does seem that way. It does seem that way.
That note is during this election, the podcast space, which the Democrats largely avoided, they feel had some influence in the election, and they started to label us the podcast bros and said that we were sexist and we were racist and bigoted. It's almost like it's the exact same strategy to get.
Well, if the shoe fucking fits, Andrew,
get you out of there.
Yeah, that's what the liberal elite China does. They run away. Look, again, I would hope that everybody who's watching the program is that we as a nation have got to end all forms of bigotry, right?
Yes.
That I start off as a basic assumption.
Unless it's to your close friends, right?
Yeah, whether it's racism or sexism, homophobia or xenophobia, whatever it is. But, liberal Democrats talk about that all the time. And then you get to what we call identity politics.
Yeah.
That you're black, you're wonderful, you're tremendous, you're gay, you're the greatest human being on earth.
Yeah.
And rather than say, what do you stand for?
Exactly.
You're gay, that's fine, who cares?
Yeah.
But what do you stand for?
Yeah.
Is every gay person brilliant and wonderful and great? No, of course not. Everybody's a human being.
Yeah.
So the issue is what you stand for, which gets you back to what we discussed earlier, class politics, in the sense of which side are you on? Are you going to stand with working families? Are you going to raise the minimum wage to a living wage or not? Are you going to fight to guarantee health care to all people or not? Are you going to demand that the wealthiest people start paying their fair share of taxes or not? Those are the issues. And no one cares what color you are, what your gender is, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay, so Ryan,
this interview was 2 days ago. I think I understand what he's trying to say. He's also dismissing the importance of people wanting to be represented. STLA, I was reading a comment. Yeah, 100% Falcon. So this is one of the many reasons why we shouldn't be worshiping politicians. I can't agree with that. Mr. P, thank you so much for the sports car. Thank you so much, Mr. P. But also refuses to acknowledge any level of intersectionality. Yeah, Ashlyn, yes, it's giving I don't see color. That's what it's giving. It's really difficult. It's really difficult because the things he fights for, it's not giving. We have more pressing issues to fix. Well, I think. Thank you for the cheering crab. We have more pressing issues to fix is implying that we can't walk and chew gum at the same time. He also could have just not said this, right? Like no one if he wants to focus on the issues that he always talks about, right? Which is Medicare for all, which is free college, right? And other getting money out of politics, right? If he wants to focus on those issues, I'm not going to fault him. Raising minimum wage, yeah. My favorite political speaker, you converted my vote. Happy to donate to your cause, man. Mr. P, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. I converted your vote from Trump? W. But he brought that up, implying that there are people out there who, because they're focusing on the issues that affect marginalized communities, aren't focused on the right things, I guess. He's been fighting for civil rights for 60 years. Don't try to dismiss that. I'm not trying to dismiss that. I'm really not. I swear. I'm not trying to dismiss that. I feel that his words and messaging are problematic here. His words and messaging are really, really problematic here. I was on the fence back in November, and finding your page helped me make my decision. Can we get some W's from Mr. P? That's awesome. Is this when the left finds one issue and won't see the forest for the trees? I don't know. He's not racist, but he's also not anti-racist. That's an interesting way to put it, I'd say. Do you think it's because economics plays a huge part in systemic racism and oppression for others? Okay. How do I put this? It is okay. This should be the theme of the whole day. It is okay to call out when someone is wrong, even when most of their narrative is right. Okay? So Bernie is still probably one of the most progressive candidates or senators that we have. And frankly, one of the politicians that most fights for voters rather than the elites. That does not mean that he does not have this massive blind spot where he's ignoring intersectionality, where he's putting where he's putting class above the issues of marginalized communities, or not above, rather, but simplifying it down to class. And I think it's fair to criticize Bernie for doing that, even though he's still better than 90% of politicians. That doesn't change the fact that we should be that we should criticize somebody for being wrong on an issue. He certainly has a blind spot, and he's fighting for the working class. Both are true. Yeah. Wait, what did Falcon say? Clarence Thomas was a Black Panther? I didn't even know that. How do you feel about Kamala Harris making Liz Cheney a major part of her campaign? I don't think it was a major part. She accepted her endorsement. I don't know about major part. And you know what? It's so the there was someone in chat saying that this was just one. Who do you want to see oppose MAGA in 2028? Ideally, AOC. There was someone saying he answered one interview wrong, but this is kind of a common thing with Bernie. The oversimplification of intersectionality down to just class. And this is something that is likely a contributing factor to why the Black community didn't trust him with their vote in the 2020 primary, or hell, in the 2016 primary as well. What do you think of Pete Buttigieg? I like him for the most part. We were pointing out the issue before we even saw the clip. Right. And I think a big problem in this country, the Democratic Party and the country at large, is the fact that we just don't listen to Black women. And we should. But Black voices are often ignored. What can be a blind spot for the majority matter for us? I'm gonna go ahead and I don't even have to. I wasn't going live during this time, like in this chat. Yeah, unfortunately, I'm seeing a couple of comments like that, Ashlyn. I wasn't even live for this, so I'm gonna take accountability for something that was not gonna come out. But back in 2016, this is how I felt. I remember feeling this. I remember feeling this like disbelief. I was like, why are Black people voting for Hillary over Bernie? Bernie was involved in the civil rights movement, and Hillary was involved in the crime bill. I remember feeling this as a non-Black person. I'm criticizing Black people for their opinions and their voice. And it took a lot of like conversations with Black people for me to realize that there's so much more than these little things that are portrayed by the Bernie bros. You were just a kid in 2016. I wasn't a kid. I was a political kid, but I was still 26. I was old enough to know that I should have probably listened to Black people on what their opinions on that candidate should be. Now, it was the Bill Clinton carryover. Now, by the time 2020 came around, while I still preferred Bernie to Biden, I totally recognized why Black voters chose Biden over Bernie. A lot of my non-Black friends really had a hard time with my criticisms. Yeah, this is something I had to come to grips with, and back in 2016, essentially between 2016 and 2020. And I know there's likely a ton of others like me in that regard, and some never changed. Hey, Falcon.
I got out of bed for this. So the Clarence Thomas point, a lot of people have not taken the time to really understand Clarence Thomas and how he became what he is today. But I do think it's really important to point out that not only was Clarence Thomas a Black Panther, he was also raised as a Gullah Geechee priest in an African American community. Um, so he was raised steeped in Black culture and Black activism. Um, and a large part of how we've gotten to where we are today with Thomas specifically is because um, of the abandonment of Black activists when it comes and the lack of support. So, a good example would be the White Panther Party. If you're not familiar with it, the White Panther Party was an organization that formed so that white people could have a space where to organize alongside the Black Panthers. If you go and look at the history of the Black Panther Party and their relationship with the White Panther Party, essentially, when the White Panthers got what they wanted from Black organizers, specifically the protests against the Nixon administration, when the White Panthers got what they wanted, they renamed themselves to like the Rainbow Friends Coalition or something like that and moved on. They stopped fighting for Black liberation and left the Black Panthers behind. And we see that again with the suffragette movement, when Black suffragettes were forced to march in the back so that they weren't in pictures. There is a deep distrust that formed in the civil rights era between, you know, Black liberation fighters and politicians very much like both Mitch McConnell and Bernie Sanders, who marched with MLK, who ostensibly stood up for civil rights. And then look where we are now. So yes, there is criticism, and a lot of the reason why Clarence has sold out is because he is a Black nihilist, essentially. He believes that Black liberation is essentially not possible. So he's willing to take advantage of the system in his favor. It's kind of, this is not a one-to-one comparison, but it's kind of a revenge plot for him. It's a massive fuck you to our country. There is a nihilism and a hatred. There's a PBS article that you can look up about, and Clarence Thomas writes about his motivations in these essays quite extensively. I can work on sending you some excerpts where he's talked about this stuff. But I think that it's important to highlight that there is a reason for this distrust. That there is, like, when Bernie Sanders comes out and says stuff like this, and then when you get Bernie bros that are like, but he's been marching for civil rights for 60 years. But here, Black people see, yeah, he marched with us back then, but right now, he's leaving us behind. He is not willing to acknowledge us as a part of the conversation. And I bring up the Clarence Thomas thing just to highlight that there is an extensive history of this in activist spaces and political spaces when it comes to African American communities. So that's my but yeah, if you guys didn't know, Clarence Thomas was a Black Panther. Mitch McConnell has been photographed with MLK, and in fact marched for civil rights. And so did Bernie Sanders. But it doesn't mean that they're continuing to stand up for the rights of African Americans today. And I also think that if we worship politicians and refuse to criticize them and put them on this pedestal, we are no better than the MAGA cultists that refuse to criticize Trump. And yeah, unfortunately, so much of our history is rooted in slavery because 200 years of slavery, decades of segregation. Segregation ended in the 60s. This shit hasn't gone ended. Ended is a loaded word.
It's a loaded word, yeah.
This shit hasn't gone away. So that's my spiel on that subject. I'm gonna go back to bed now.
Hey, Falcon, thank you so much as always. That's why I want that age group out of office. It's crazy to turn on people on our team in these times. We need to build coalitions. So nobody is canceling Bernie. We're calling out. We're calling out what he said and what he's done that's wrong, and that's something that I think that is not a bad thing. Some of you still not listening to Black women when fortunate enough to get a new perspective. Yeah. All right. Why does the left see acknowledgement of truth as canceling? That's a great question. Although, to be fair, I don't know that that's a left problem. I think that's just a person problem, because the right really does that. It's just that the left should know better. The left should know better, whereas the right, those guys are. Y'all get so sensitive when we have a problem with what your fave says. True. Some Bernie bros here acting like MAGA and proving the point. Thank you, Falcon, for that perspective. I do still believe Bernie would have, at minimum, beaten Trump in 2016. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. I think Bernie probably had a better chance of winning in 2016 than Hillary, but I think he had a worse chance of winning in 2020 than Biden. You're putting Bernie through a purity filter when you don't put establishment Dems through the same. Wait a second. We don't put establishment Dems through a purity filter? I called out. No one is saying fuck Bernie, we're never supporting him again. Not the same one. Bro, I called out Biden's stance on Palestine. I called out I even called out Kamala for the few lies she told in her debate. Remember, we did the fact check of both Trump and Kamala. Kamala lied 7 times. Trump lied 60. I called her out for those 7 lies. This reeks of white guilt, to be honest. Wait, what reeks of white guilt? I've criticized Biden, Hillary, Kamala, them reacting so much in the comments. Oh, I see. I don't see it for Bernie. Very few stick up for the working class. Okay. I'm going to have to say this again. Bernie has done a lot of good in his political career. Bernie is one of the best senators in the Senate. That does not mean that Bernie is above criticism. And that it does not mean that we shouldn't call out Bernie when he does or says something wrong. Like, I would think that today of all days, after the whole Peyton situation, we could figure that out. that somebody can be right about something, but then wrong about something else. And just because you like that person for the thing that they're right about does not mean that you should just disagree with the thing that they're wrong about. I was super disappointed by that interview. Am I just behind that it was really surprising? Has anyone said anything about Bernie? I'm not saying you shouldn't. I'm saying don't push false narratives. Wait, what's the false narrative that's being pushed?
Come on, man.
Thank you, Aldrigo. We can say he's had a ton of W's and has said some questionable shit. Yeah. Yeah. It should not be like that big of a problem. Especially now when we're not in an election, right? If you wanted to criticize us, right? Let's say Bernie was running against Trump and it was election day tomorrow and you were like, "Bro, don't talk about this stuff now. This isn't the compliment sandwich." Yeah, wait, why do we have to do those compliments? I'm getting caught up in the cuddling. Wait, why am I cuddling people? Oh my god. Thank you, Ashlyn. Dan, don't you understand? I like a politician, so they're definitely right about everything. Hey, Jafer. This is what we have strived to separate us from the right, that we don't idolize politicians. Can we just not act like MAGA and pretend they can do no wrong and we like them? Yeah. Yeah. See, this is the whole thing. Obama was a really good president, but we criticized them for the drone strikes. We know Bernie is good overall. Y'all just want to feel good about yourselves when they do wrong. Dan, let the haters cry harder about it. You don't owe them anything. Yeah. Okay. I'm so sick of people having no nuance. Good people can have bad takes. Thank you. Yes. 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 Okay. Y'all, I've been live too long tonight. They think criticism is complaining. No, I just got here. Sid, you're going to have to get the Spark Notes from somebody. It's been a long day. Hi, Hemlock. You can't end. I still have not ordered my sandwich. Bye, STLA. Let's... Wait, we're going to raid. We're going to raid somebody. Okay. Erica or Mermaid are both on. Ooh, this is like a Sophie's choice. Okay, what are they talking about? Let's see what they're talking about. Vote? Half and half is crazy. Erica did just come back. One on my iPad and one on my phone. Yo, we don't have enough people to raid both. I have 2 accounts. I'll do both. All right, you know what? Fuck it. We're raiding both. we're raiding both. I'll see y'all in both their chats. All right, y'all. We're gonna be rating Erica Shante and Mermaid.tm. Bye. Love you guys.